The geography of the Iberian Peninsula is more sharply divided than in almost any other part of Europe, and these divisions shaped its history from the very beginning. Mountain ranges, plateaus, and isolated coastlands encouraged strong regional identities, made political unity difficult, and left coastal regions exposed to repeated waves of outside invasion. The Pyrenees formed a powerful natural barrier, cutting the peninsula off from the rest of the continent. But their influence did not end there. The mountain system continues westward under different names, creating a narrow northern coastline fed by short rivers. This region receives heavy rainfall, supports rich pasture land, and is backed by wooded mountain slopes that provided abundant timber. Its difficult access made it an ideal refuge in times of conquest, a last stronghold where local independence could survive. From this northern mountain belt, an uneven chain of ranges runs southeast toward the Mediterranean. These ranges send out three major branches to the west, dividing the river systems that drain much of western Iberia. The Douro, the Guadiana, and the Guadalquivir each flow through their own distinct basins, separated by rugged highlands. In the south, the land takes on a very different character. Rainfall is scarce except in winter, and the climate is almost subtropical. This southern zone is sharply separated from the dry, rocky plateau of Castile by the massive barrier of the Sierra Morena, where elevations rise to nearly 1,000 meters. Along the western coast, rainfall is again plentiful and vegetation dense. Yet the southwestern corner of the peninsula, though rich in mineral resources, offers poor and stony soil. Across much of Iberia, the coastal lowlands are hemmed in by mountain chains that drop sharply toward the sea, creating a landscape of narrow plains, deep valleys, and isolated peaks, while only the central plateau spreads out in broad, open expanses. Because many of the earliest inhabitants lived without writing and left few monumental remains, and because Iberia entered the awareness of Greek and Roman writers relatively late, the peninsula's earliest history remains shadowy. Archaeology has revealed traces of prehistoric settlements scattered across the land, including numerous megalithic tombs known locally as antas. These stone structures appear most frequently in what is now Portugal and were clearly burial monuments. Typically, they consist of 6 or 7 upright stones leaning inward, capped by one or more flat slabs, sometimes approached by a short, stone-lined path. Within them, stone tools and roughly shaped animal figures have occasionally been discovered. These monuments are often linked to a very early population, sometimes identified with the Cro-Magnon peoples. It has been suggested that their descendants survived in isolated rural communities in parts of southern France, and that they may have been related to the now extinct Guanches of the Canary Islands. Cave dwellings excavated in recent decades, especially in northern Iberia, may also belong to this same ancient population. One such site near Segobriga revealed the remains of 2 distinct human groups. One was clearly primitive in physical type, while the other showed signs of more advanced culture. It has been proposed that during a catastrophic flood, the latter group sought shelter in the ancient cave of their ancestors, built barriers of stone and clay in a desperate attempt to survive, and ultimately drowned. The site contained bones of cattle, deer, and other animals, along with tools made of bone and flint, a small number of copper objects, and fragments of pottery coated in dark red or grey slips. Another extraordinary site lies near Santander, where the cave of Altamira preserves one of the most remarkable collections of prehistoric art ever discovered. Here, worked flints and bones were found alongside vivid paintings of animals rendered in red and black, highlighted with white outlines and spread across the ceilings of the cave chambers. None of the animals depicted appear to have been domesticated. Instead, they represent species that would have been hunted, including the massive wild cattle of ancient Europe. These images may have been created as ritual objects intended to ensure the abundance of game. Human figures also appear, some wearing animal masks, a practice associated with ritual performance and religious ceremony, customs that survived in parts of Iberia well into later historical periods. By the time Roman forces entered the peninsula during the Second Punic War, Iberia was home to a mosaic of peoples, both indigenous and foreign. Political organization was typically local and tribal. Authority appeared monarchic on the surface, but in practice rested with assemblies of elders or nobles. In the south and southeast lived the Tartessians, later known as the Tur de Tani, along with closely related groups. They stood out as one of the most advanced societies in the Western Mediterranean, possessing written traditions, historical memory, extensive trade networks, and highly developed skills in metalworking and sculpture. Some scholars have speculated that they preserved fragments of an older Bronze Age civilization with roots stretching across the Mediterranean, though their true origins remain debated. What is clear is that early Greek writers consistently distinguished them from the Iberians, noting differences in language, burial practices, and seafaring ability. The eastern and northern regions of the peninsula were inhabited by Iberian tribes. Those near the coast showed signs of greater development, while communities farther inland remained largely tribal, relying on hunting or raiding for survival. Much of the central interior, including large parts of what later became Castile, as well as sections of Aragon and Murcia, was occupied by Celtiberian peoples. These groups emerged from the blending of Celtic migrants from beyond the Pyrenees, with the Iberians already living there, likely several centuries before Roman arrival. In the far northwest and along parts of the upper Guadiana basin, lived other Celtic communities that appear to have remained less mixed with neighbouring populations. The ancestors of the modern Euskara-speaking peoples remain one of the most debated elements of Iberian history. They were not the Vascones of Roman records, despite the later association of the name. Instead, they seem to have formed part of the population of the Cantabrian region, largely absent from historical narratives. Their language was so unlike anything familiar to ancient geographers that recorded place names vanish as those writers moved into their territory. In the south, small Phoenician settlements dotted the coast, while in the northeast a handful of Greek colonies established trading outposts. These diverse populations have given rise to countless theories, particularly regarding the origins of the Basques. Since the 19th century, they have been variously described as survivors of an ancient European population, migrants from Africa, remnants of a lost continent, or relatives of distant peoples from northern Europe, or even the Americas. Their language, highly agglutinative and long unwritten, their physical appearance and their persistence in ancient customs have all fueled speculation. Most scholars agree that they represent the survival of an extremely ancient population. But whether they are a specialized branch of the Iberians or a people who preceded them and were driven into the mountains remains unresolved. Until the inscriptions of the ancient Iberian language are fully understood, the relationship between Iberian and modern Basque will remain uncertain. What is beyond doubt is that the Iberians themselves once occupied a far wider territory, extending into southern Gaul, maintaining ties with communities in Sicily, and even leaving traces among the ancient peoples of Western Britain. The modern population of Spain appears strikingly unified, and beneath regional differences lies a shared physical heritage rooted in the Mediterranean world. Long, narrow skulls, elongated faces, dark brown hair, relatively broad noses, and a generally modest stature define this population. These traits closely match ancient descriptions of the Iberians, recorded by Roman observers and align with the physical features still common in southern Italy, Sicily, Liguria, Provence, and parts of North Africa. The same underlying characteristics can also be traced beneath much of the population often labelled as Celtic across Western Europe. The arrival of Celtic groups in Iberia likely began around the 6th century, before the Common Era. Earlier Mediterranean writers make no mention of them, yet by the time of Greek historians, they are already established in the far west. This coincided with the height of Celtic expansion, when their influence stretched across Gaul into much of Central Europe and down into northern Italy. Although their origin lay beyond the Pyrenees, their movement into Iberia probably followed the sea rather than overland routes, as both sides of the mountain chain were already occupied by Iberian-speaking peoples. Their earliest foothold appears to have been in the northwestern coastal regions, from which they advanced southward along the Atlantic shoreline and later inland through parts of Lusitania and the Guadiana Basin. After prolonged conflict, these newcomers gradually merged with the Iberian populations of the Central Plateau. Celtic society in Iberia was largely pastoral. Villages were preferred over cities, and the population remained scattered across wide areas. This dispersion made it difficult for Celtic cultural identity to remain distinct. Over time, older Iberian traditions reasserted themselves. Western tribes pushed Celtic groups back toward the interior, while Iberian communities consolidated control of the far southwest. By the Roman period, little remained of Celtic influence beyond certain place names, a handful of religious practices, and minor linguistic variations. Long before foreign colonies appeared along the coast, Phoenician merchants had become familiar figures in southern Iberia, drawn by the peninsula's mineral wealth. Their settlements are difficult to trace precisely because they rarely founded cities from scratch. Instead, they embedded themselves within existing Iberian or Tartessian towns, operating as commercial communities, rather than colonial populations. The earliest, clearly Phoenician foundation was the port of Gades, established more than a millennium before the Common Era. Other trading centres followed along the southern and eastern shores. Many towns later described as Punic were in fact native communities that prospered through sustained contact with Phoenician traders, who introduced writing systems, religious imagery, and coinage. As Phoenicia fell under the control of successive Eastern empires, the fortunes of its western outposts declined. Greek traders strengthened their presence along the eastern coast. Celtic pressure increased from the west, and local rulers turned against Phoenician dominance. Faced with mounting threats, the people of Gades sought help from their powerful relatives across the sea in North Africa. The result was a dramatic transformation. Warriors from Carthage, hardened by generations of conflict, took control of southern Iberia. Older fortifications were dismantled, rival settlements subdued, and even Greek communities temporarily overrun. Before long, Carthage controlled much of the peninsula, recruiting native soldiers and exploiting mineral resources on an unprecedented scale. This dominance intensified after Carthage's defeat in Sicily forced it to rely heavily on Iberian wealth. Central regions were brought under control, eastern ports were closed to foreign traders, and Spain became a crucial supplier of manpower, horses, and silver. A massive military and naval base rose on the southeastern coast, while outposts spread to nearby islands and strategic headlands. This system collapsed during the war against Rome. By the early 2nd century before the Common Era, Carthaginian garrisons had been expelled, and many Punic cities willingly accepted Roman authority in exchange for protection and internal autonomy. Despite lingering religious imagery on coins, Physical traces of Phoenician settlement remained surprisingly scarce, suggesting that merchant networks, rather than mass migration, defined their presence. Greek contact with Iberia began earlier and followed a different path. The first Iberian city to enter Greek awareness was the capital of the Tartessian realm, visited by seafarers from Asia Minor during the early Iron Age. Its ruler welcomed them warmly, even providing financial aid to support their distant homeland. Subsequent voyages brought further contact, including one accidental arrival that resulted in lucrative trade. As Phoenician and Etruscan naval power weakened, Greek influence expanded. Artistic styles, religious practices, and commercial ties linked Iberia to the wider Greek world. Colonies from the western Greek city of Massilia played a central role. Near the eastern Pyrenees, a trading settlement was established that grew into a mixed city where Greek and native communities lived side by side before eventually blending into a single population. The town prospered through textile production and agriculture and became a regional centre of worship and trade. Smaller Greek stations dotted the coast further south, most functioning as commercial hubs rather than political centres. These settlements integrated deeply with local societies and left few traces of independent cultural production. But their presence helped stabilise trade and introduced Mediterranean institutions to the eastern seaboard. Greek control was temporarily disrupted during Carthaginian expansion. Some settlements disappeared entirely, while others survived under foreign domination. Treaties with Rome restored their independence, and conflict over one strategically important city sparked the war that ended Carthaginian rule in Iberia. Ancient writers also believed Greek traders had ventured along the distant northwestern coast. Although legends blurred history with myth, archaeological and linguistic traces suggest that limited Greek contact may indeed have reached these shores, driven by the search for tin and coastal trade routes. Over time, knowledge of Iberia spread gradually through the Greek world. Early writers recorded only coastal names, but later scholars produced increasingly accurate descriptions of the land, its peoples, and its resources. Some even lived for years in Iberian cities, studying local customs, economy, and geography firsthand. Their accounts shaped how Spain was understood throughout the Roman world. Alongside factual descriptions, Iberia attracted myths. As the edge of the known world, it became a setting for heroic journeys and divine adventures. Gods, heroes, and legendary founders were said to have walked its shores. Even in late antiquity, writers continued to weave imaginative tales around its landscapes, mines, and distant islands. When Roman forces replaced Carthage as the dominant power, they inherited a land of sharp contrasts. The south and east possessed developed agriculture, active trade, writing, coinage, and urban life. The interior remained thinly settled and economically limited. The northern and western regions were largely untouched by Mediterranean civilization, their inhabitants relying on herding, hunting, and raiding. The early decades of Roman rule were turbulent. Revolts broke out repeatedly, Roman armies suffered defeats, and resentment spread even among once compliant communities. The Republic faced a vast challenge. It needed to unify fragmented regions, integrate isolated towns into a broader political framework, develop underused land, and pacify fiercely independent mountain peoples. Pure military force proved insufficient. Gradually, more effective strategies emerged. Roads were built, mines reopened, and mixed settlements of Italians and natives encouraged. Local autonomy was preserved where possible, easing resentment and stabilizing governance. Permanent garrisons secured key coastal centers, while selected colonies were established to anchor Roman authority. These measures did not immediately transform Iberia, but they laid the groundwork for deeper integration. The peninsula was no longer a distant frontier, but an essential part of the Mediterranean world, poised on the threshold of profound change. The end of Viriathus marked a turning point in Rome's long struggle for control of western Iberia. By around 140 BCE, the people who had supported his resistance were finally overcome, bringing down one of the toughest opponents Rome ever faced on the peninsula. After this, Roman commanders began to look beyond the familiar theatres of war toward the harsher, less accessible lands of the northwest. An early effort to pressure these communities followed under a Roman leader campaigning deep into that region, though the full reduction of the far northwest would only be completed much later, in the age of Caesar and Augustus. Not long after, another dramatic milestone reshaped the balance of power. The fall of Numantia in 133 BCE, achieved through a methodical siege led by a Roman commander of exceptional reputation, completed the conquest of the Iberian heartland. From that point forward, resistance did not vanish, but it changed shape. Some groups still fought as raiders or bandits, striking where the land allowed. But large-scale organised opposition to Roman expansion weakened in a visible way. What followed was not simply conquest, but a slow absorption. Roman habits, Roman language, and Roman administrative methods began to spread so deeply that Iberia soon became more than a conquered territory. It became a stage on which Rome's own internal struggles would play out. That shift can be seen clearly in the career of Sertorius. Driven into exile during Rome's political storms, he turned Iberia into the base for an alternative Roman order. His power rested on alliances with hard-fighting local peoples, especially Lusitanians and Celtiberians, while Roman officers provided discipline, organization, and bureaucratic structure. The result was a striking demonstration for inland communities, who had once known Rome only as an invading army. Two major provincial centres were organised with functioning capitals, a political council that mirrored Roman institutions, and even a school designed to teach Latin and Greek to local elites. Mines, arsenals, and a naval force supported this system, making it feel less like a temporary rebellion and more like a competing version of Rome itself. Latin spread quickly under these conditions, and familiarity with Roman administration helped explain why, after Sertorius fell, many of his former supporters transitioned into the standard provincial framework, with less reluctance than might be expected after decades of war. The broader policy of winning loyalty through settlement and managed integration continued under Caesar and later under Augustus. Yet constant civil conflict across the Roman world repeatedly disrupted efforts to stabilize Iberia. Lasting pacification and orderly organization did not truly take firm shape until Augustus had been in power for years and could concentrate resources without the peninsula being pulled into fresh Roman power struggles. Caesar's connection to Spain was unusually deep. He fought there in 4 major campaigns, 2 of them against fellow Romans during civil war. Even so, his actions had lasting consequences beyond the battlefield. He weakened Celtic groups in the northwest and pushed Roman reach into territories that had long remained distant and difficult to control, opening routes by both land and sea. He also pursued a more systematic colonial strategy, planting settlements for veterans and citizens in order to secure key regions and reshape the political landscape. These colonies were concentrated especially in the south, in the prosperous region later known for its wealth and urban life. The reason was political as well as practical. In the civil wars, many communities there had leaned towards Caesar's opponents, and defeat brought confiscations and redistribution of land. At the same time, citizenship was extended widely in varying degrees to communities considered stable, cooperative, or strategically useful. Where Caesar's plans remained unfinished at his death, later leaders confirmed and carried them forward. One major southern city was refounded as a Roman colony, setting it on a path that would later make it one of the peninsula's most important urban centres. Yet the clearest window into Caesar's municipal design comes from a legal charter preserved for a smaller town nearby. After siding with Caesar's enemies, it was reorganized through confiscation and resettlement, with Roman civilians installed to anchor loyalty. The charter lays out an entire civic machine in careful detail. The responsibilities of the chief magistrates, the authority of the local council, voting procedures in the public assembly, and the roles of officials extending down into ceremonial and religious functions. One clause is especially revealing about the time. Local leaders could, by majority decision, authorize the arming of citizens and even resident outsiders if a threat arose. Such a measure would only make sense in a province still considered insecure, where sudden attack remained plausible. Later, as the southern province became more settled and was governed without standing troops, the practical importance of this rule would fade, even if similar provisions remained relevant farther north where unrest and surprise raids were more likely. Spain's provincial structure had taken shape earlier, in 197 BCE, when Rome shifted from sending special commanders to establishing a more regular provincial system. The peninsula was divided into two broad administrations, a nearer province and a farther province, each governed by a Roman magistrate, with headquarters placed at key urban centres. Borders changed over time, but the nearer province gradually expanded. By Caesar's era, it included most of Iberia, except the southern heartland and the western Atlantic zone that would later be more clearly separated. Even before official reorganization under Augustus, the reality of regional difference was already recognized by Roman commanders, who divided responsibilities among deputies according to geography and political conditions. Once Caesar had subdued much of the west, only a few areas remained fully outside Roman control. The most stubborn were the mountain peoples of the far northwest, especially groups known for fierce resistance and for living in terrain that favoured ambush and long wars. Another sensitive frontier lay near the Pyrenees, where communities had recently fought alongside the peoples north of the mountains against Roman expansion. In the decade leading up to Augustus's final settlement of the peninsula, a series of Roman commanders celebrated victories in that northern belt, while pressure beyond the Pyrenees forced neighbouring groups to submit as well. The final conquest of the mountain zones required brutal, sustained campaigning. Augustus took personal direction at times, and later entrusted major operations to his most capable lieutenants. The goal was not simply to win battles, but to break the capacity for renewed revolt. Large numbers were killed or enslaved. Others were forcibly moved down from the highlands into flatter districts, where Roman troops and colonies could monitor them more easily. Around them, a chain of veteran settlements was planted, sometimes placed deliberately on or near older native sites. These colonies served as permanent garrisons and also as instruments of economic extraction and cultural change. Across the northwest and interior, new Roman-founded towns appeared as anchors of control and administration. In the far northwest, settlements rose that would become enduring urban centres. In a rugged region near the Atlantic, another major colony was established that quickly attracted rural estates and functioned as a launching point for Roman customs, later growing into one of the most important towns of the West. In the interior south and west, additional colonies were founded on strategic rivers and routes, tying together frontier control with agriculture, taxation, and recruitment. In the northeast, an older native settlement on the Ebro was transformed into a major administrative and legal centre, eventually developing into a city famous in later centuries. for its position and surroundings. In the southern province, another colony grew into a leading town, described by later Roman observers as second only to the greatest regional capitals. Even where allied towns kept formal autonomy, Roman practice often undermined that independence indirectly. Small military stations were placed nearby, drawing population, commerce, and influence away from older centres. On the Atlantic coast, such a foundation helped create the nucleus of a port that later became world famous, as wealthier inhabitants relocated toward the safer and more Roman-aligned settlement. Over time, the combined name of the port and the older locality produced the name that would define an entire country. Meanwhile, many inland towns declined, not because they were destroyed, but because the new Roman road network bypassed them, shifting trade and travel toward corridors Rome could control. As the empire stabilized, colony foundations increasingly took on a military character. Civilian settlements like those established in late Republican times became rarer, replaced by veteran colonies designed to secure territory and support garrisons. A major administrative redesign followed under Augustus. After the Northern Wars, the former broad southern province was divided into a senatorial province and an imperial province, each with its own capital and administrative structure. Their territorial extent was initially larger than it would be later, reaching beyond the limits familiar from the mature empire. Yet military realities forced further adjustments. The far northwest was detached and placed under the wider northern administration so that key military zones could be coordinated under a single command. Even so, special military oversight persisted, with separate officers responsible for frontier districts, an early sign of the distinct security problems that would later justify creating a more independent provincial structure in that region. In the southern senatorial province, the governor relied on a financial official to manage revenues destined for Rome, and on a deputy based in the secondary capital to assist with administration. In the western imperial province, the governor had limited military resources and depended more on local stability than on legions. The largest northern province, controlled directly by the emperor, became the true military backbone of Roman Spain. Its governor fixed headquarters at the major northeastern capital on the Mediterranean, sometimes visiting older centres, but choosing his main base according to strategy, distance from Rome, and the need to respond quickly to threats from the north and west. He operated with several deputies and commanded 3 legions. One deputy with supporting units held the far northwest beyond the Douro. Another, backed by a legion, watched the mountain corridor below the Pyrenees. A third oversaw the interior zones around the Ebro and the old Celtiberian lands. By then, Iberia had been reshaped into a province not merely conquered, but managed, organised, and increasingly integrated into the machinery of the Roman world. The cost of that transformation was immense, but its result was a peninsula bound into Rome's political system. Its frontiers guarded by soldiers, its towns governed by charters, and its long history of fragmented resistance gradually pushed into the background. From the earliest decades of the empire, the Roman legions based in Spain came to rely overwhelmingly on local manpower. Recruitment was drawn mainly from the provinces themselves, especially from the regions closest to the garrisons. While the wealthy south, much like Italy in the same period, contributed comparatively few soldiers. Alongside the legions, Rome also raised many auxiliary units among communities known for toughness and martial tradition. Some of these auxiliary cohorts stayed on the peninsula, but large numbers were sent far away, serving in frontier armies along the Danube and the Rhine, and later appearing in growing numbers in Britain. Inscriptions from that island repeatedly mention Spanish detachments, both mounted and on foot, evidence that Iberian recruits had become a familiar part of Rome's military machine across the empire. Within Spain itself, coastal security could not be ignored. The eastern shoreline faced periodic raids by pirates crossing from North Africa, and protection there relied in part on locally raised militia. This force operated under its own command structure, with its leading officer based at Tarraco. Earlier in the century, similar locally organised cohorts had been used in major southern cities, and comparable formations existed in other strategic points as well. Spanish soldiers were valued enough that, for a time, Augustus even selected men from the peninsula to serve in his personal guard at Rome, a sign that Iberian recruits were viewed as both reliable and formidable. Military service also became a practical tool of administration. For poorer, remote communities where regular taxation was difficult to collect, enlistment could function as an alternative to tribute. Rome pursued a clear objective: crush resistance, then draw the strongest and most capable men into Roman service, turning potential enemies into instruments of imperial stability. As long as the empire could hold its borders, this approach worked. Many of the most warlike highland peoples of the north were drafted away from their home districts and dispersed across distant provinces. When their service ended, land was often granted not near their original communities, but far away, reducing the chance that veterans would return home and rebuild local resistance. Those who served in legions stationed within Spain became bound to the unit's internal discipline and identity, a powerful force that helped restrain rebellion even when the ranks were largely non-Italian. For centuries, Spain remained notably loyal. Yet there was an unintended consequence. When imperial authority eventually weakened, the peninsula lacked the habit or structure of independent national defence. The provinces, long protected by imperial systems, found themselves unable to coordinate resistance when new waves of invaders arrived. Under Augustus, 3 legions formed the backbone of Spain's military presence. 2 were positioned in Asturia and 1 in Cantabria, with smaller detachments scattered elsewhere as needed. This arrangement made the northern imperial province unusual. It was not a border province facing a foreign power, yet it still required full legions because the threat lay within rugged terrain and among recently subdued peoples. Over the following decades, the distribution shifted. 1 legion was moved northward to reinforce the Rhine frontier under Claudius. The remaining forces, along with a newly organised legion brought into the system, continued to serve in Spain into the late 1st century. During the rule of the Flavian emperors, the garrison was steadily reduced, first from 3 legions to 2, then down to a single legion supported by auxiliary troops. That final arrangement endured for a very long time, lasting until the age of Diocletian. The Asturian forces were based in the interior, between important northern centres, close to a later military camp that eventually grew into the city of Leon. The Cantabrian legion was stationed at a northern strongpoint near the coastal approaches. Surprisingly little is recorded about spectacular operations carried out by these troops. Their work was often quiet and repetitive rather than dramatic, and sometimes units were temporarily reassigned to other provinces. Yet their long-term impact was significant. They suppressed brigandage and made regular life safer. In the early years of Augustus's rule, farming in certain western districts was still described as dangerous. A writer only half a century later could observe that regions once perpetually disturbed by war were now so calm that even banditry was no longer a serious problem. The government nevertheless continued to cultivate loyalty among settled communities, and a public oath preserved from the early 1st century shows citizens in one western town formally pledging to treat the emperor's enemies as their own. For all this, Spain did not maintain a permanent naval force. Even though campaigns had shown how valuable sea power could be for controlling distant coasts, no standing war fleet was kept in the region. The weakness became noticeable later when raiders from North Africa began striking parts of the southern shoreline more frequently. One of the clearest measures of how quickly Roman order spread across Spain comes from a census summary associated with the age of Augustus. It reveals the speed with which an urban framework expanded, replacing older, looser political structures, whose kings vanish from the record almost without explanation. In the great northern province, hundreds of named communities were counted. A large portion already possessed a defined civic status, whether as colonies, municipally organized towns, Latin rights communities, allied towns, or tributary towns. The rest lacked a true city centre but still held recognised territory and limited self-government. Many of these names echoed earlier tribal identities, suggesting that Roman administrators were reshaping older units into something closer to the village and district structures familiar in Italy, units that could later be elevated if they became sufficiently settled and Romanized. In the southern province, the urban network was even denser. Though far smaller in area than the northern province, it contained an extraordinary number of towns, including multiple colonies and many communities holding intermediate legal privileges. The western province showed fewer communities overall, but even there, several colonies and privileged towns anchored Roman authority. Yet not every region fit neatly into the system. Some remote peoples were left outside it altogether. Others were so scattered across villages that they were administratively attached to a central town which handled local government, taxation, and legal affairs on their behalf. Some districts were managed through temporary or transitional arrangements, with leadership titles that suggest experimentation and uneven development. In a few particularly backward zones, administration could even be placed in the hands of outsiders, tied to Italy's social and economic networks. Old forms did not vanish overnight. In some areas, remnants of earlier collective landholding or local leagues continued under new names and legal shapes. Even so, the broad effect was unmistakable. A landscape of scattered communities, each with its own degree of rights, and often containing some Italian element, quickly accustomed provincial populations to Roman legal practice. Where municipal habits already existed among the more settled Iberian groups, Roman administrators did not erase them, but refined them, steering them into recognizable Roman frameworks. The transformation also worked on a wider scale than individual towns. Judicial districts, which had developed in the late Republic and were reorganized under Augustus, became another tool for overriding older ethnic boundaries. Smaller communities were grouped around major centers that acted as hubs for courts and administration, and individuals often identified themselves through these regional affiliations. Several such judicial districts existed in the northern province, and others in the southern and western provinces as well, forming a mesh of administrative geography laid over the peninsula's older tribal map. The timing of citizenship grants and legal promotions is not always easy to trace precisely, but the overall direction is clear. Augustus continued and expanded a long-term project, raising the central and northern districts to a more urban, Romanized level, closer to that already seen in the south and along the eastern seaboard. Town governments increasingly resembled those of Italy. Local magistrates were elected. Councils met in formal sessions. Popular assemblies existed in structured forms, and officials assessed property in order to determine tax responsibilities. Local taxes were not generally crushing, but civic office carried prestige, and prestige created expectations. Office holders were often willing to spend heavily for public benefit, funding buildings, festivals, and distributions. Wealthy freedmen, who frequently dominated trade and local business, were also drawn into this civic culture through honorary orders and public responsibilities designed to turn private wealth into municipal advantage. The evidence for this civic generosity survives in countless inscriptions. Again and again, individuals appear not simply as private citizens, but as public benefactors. One town commemorated a citizen who brought in a water supply across exceptionally difficult terrain and organised grain relief when food prices soared. Elsewhere, a soldier left a large sum to be invested so that the annual interest would fund public entertainment and supplies for communal baths, while also protecting his household from certain local burdens. Another benefactor provided a much larger endowment, with the income distributed among citizens according to rank on the donor's birthday. In a major southern city, a citizen set up an annual support payment for children being raised at public expense. In such a world, prosperity carried obligations, and status was measured not only by what a person owned, but by what that person gave back. A structure existed that might have grown into something like a provincial federal system if it had been strengthened further: the Provincial Assembly. These councils met annually to honour the imperial cult in a chief city, guided by a presiding provincial priest. In Spain, there is no clear sign that these gatherings grew out of older native religious federations. They appear more like institutions encouraged from above. The earliest known assembly met at Tarraco early in the 1st century at a shrine dedicated to the deified Augustus. Similar gatherings later appeared in the southern and western capitals. Deputies could be sent from colonies and towns with higher legal status, typically chosen by local councils, with their costs paid from municipal funds. These assemblies elected their presiding official, selected provincial patrons, sent delegations to the emperor, expressed thanks for good governors, and could support accusations against abusive ones. Their authority remained ambiguous. Technically, they functioned as private bodies operating with official approval, rather than as full governmental institutions. They did not control coinage in Spain, though they could commission statues and strike commemorative medallions. At times, emperors addressed them collectively, and surviving correspondence shows that advice and directives could flow through this channel. When governors were prosecuted for misconduct, proceedings usually began with instructions from individual cities to their own representatives, and trials were commonly held before the Senate in earlier periods, shifting more often toward the emperor's advisory circle as the Senate's political role declined. During the instability of the 3rd century, such assemblies fade from view only to reappear later in a more secular form, with their presiding official taking on mainly civic duties and, on rare occasions, even being a Christian. Financial administration in the empire gradually became more regular than in the chaotic Republican era. Under Augustus, Spain was drawn into a system broadly similar to that used elsewhere. When managed fairly, it does not appear to have produced widespread resentment. Most towns paid fixed tribute, assessed locally according to property and collected by municipal officials, then transferred to provincial financial officers. Taxes included land dues, charges on auctions, inheritance taxes that affected citizens under Roman law, and customs duties levied at entry and exit points. Spain formed a single customs region, and the rate was lower than in many provinces, a policy that encouraged commerce rather than suffocating it. Trade was also supported by infrastructure. Road building expanded dramatically under Augustus, building on earlier routes already in use. One major highway, partly older than Roman rule but fully measured, repaired and marked with milestones under Roman administration, ran along the Mediterranean side through key coastal centres. Augustus improved and redirected sections of it, extended branches toward the great southern capitals and incorporated earlier segments built under Caesar. Another vital route ran from Tarraco toward the northwest, linking rising colonial centres that became major administrative and commercial nodes. A separate entry corridor crossed the western Pyrenees, connecting Atlantic Gaul to a key town just south of the mountains, while major junction cities in the west and southeast acted as hubs where multiple routes converged. Main roads were planned by the government for military movement and trade. Secondary roads were built by municipalities, sometimes cooperatively by several towns at once. Nearby communities were required to keep these routes in repair and to support the imperial postal system. As security improved and traffic increased, villages grew up along these highways, often founded through grants of public land meant to encourage settlement, stabilize travel, and multiply internal commerce. Across the 1st century, this new geography of roads, towns, and privileges slowly reshaped the peninsula. Population and wealth increasingly concentrated in a smaller number of large centres, many of them in the south and west. Older towns, including several once famous communities of the interior and the Ebro Valley, gradually shrank. Legal reforms that elevated many southern towns may have accelerated this trend, strengthening regions already dense with urban life, while leaving some older inland centres to fade from prominence. Augustus's settlement brought a long, rare calm to the peninsula. Peace became the default condition, and local administration grew more consistent from one region to another. Yet this was not a later, rigid kind of uniformity. Local habits were not crushed or erased. Instead, Rome relied on a framework that matched the instincts of Iberian life. Power was anchored in the town and the village, not in large tribal structures. For many communities, the township mattered more than any wider canton or ethnic label. The local pueblo, governed by its elected magistrate and council, supported by shared storehouses and communal land, functioned as the natural unit of society. Narrow local loyalties were strong, and broader national unity was weak. That suited Roman methods perfectly. A policy of dividing authority among many small communities, each with its own obligations and privileges, fit the peninsula's political temperament. In other regions, especially in Gaul, the situation was different. There, tribal identity was stronger and harder to ignore, and Roman organization often had to preserve tribal structures by turning major towns into the formal capitals of distinct peoples. Across the southern and central parts of Spain, Latin gradually became the everyday language of public life. Roman dress, especially the toga, spread even into Celtiberian districts, and was sometimes adopted by non-citizens as a visible signal of loyalty. Over time, older local customs and rougher religious practices retreated in many areas before a more polished Mediterranean urban culture. Even so, the older speech of the peninsula did not vanish. It slowly withdrew from official inscriptions and administrative use, but it survived among ordinary people for generations, leaving a deep imprint that later resurfaced inside the major Romance languages of Iberia. At the same time, Rome did not absorb Spain in a one-sided way. Native energy and talent shaped the empire in return. Spain produced writers whose influence reached Rome itself and helped redirect Latin literature into a new phase. Soldiers from the peninsula became famous for endurance and skill, and carried weapons and fighting methods that impressed Roman commanders. Spaniards also rose into positions of authority at court and in the highest circles of power. Within a few decades of Augustus's death, a man of Spanish origin could effectively steer the empire during a crisis. Within about a century, another Spanish ruler could be regarded as one of the most capable heirs to the Augustan tradition. As the central peninsula of Italy weakened over time, Spain's importance increased. While Italy became crowded with court dependents and populations shaped by servitude and patronage, Spain increasingly served as a stable support for imperial strength. Yet, stability depended on good government. When administration became exploitative and municipal life was damaged, the consequences were severe. Communities that had once thrived under local civic pride could be hollowed out by misrule, creating a society heavier with slavery, poverty, and lawlessness. Under those conditions, the later arrival of foreign peoples could be welcomed not as conquerors, but as liberators, simply because the provincial population had grown desperate. Even with centuries of Roman presence, the deeper character of the population remained remarkably persistent. In many conquered regions, older local groups tend to reassert themselves within a few generations, partly because they are better adapted to the land, and partly because their communities are anchored by families and continuity. The number of immigrants from Italy, whether merchants, investors, or veterans, was never large enough to permanently reshape a population that ancient observers believed to be enormous. Spain would later absorb powerful Germanic newcomers and still retain a recognizable identity. It could also assimilate, or in some cases reject, large populations arriving from Africa and the eastern Mediterranean. The long-term pattern suggests that the peninsula could accept new layers without losing its core. For roughly 80 years after Augustus's settlement, external events in Spain were relatively quiet. Citizenship did not spread as widely as might be expected, partly because the empire faced continual demands for soldiers, and partly because many recruitment needs could not easily be met inside fully citizen communities. Yet quiet did not mean justice. Under Tiberius, the list of harsh governors grew. One official, remembered for cruelty that pushed a province toward revolt, was condemned and exiled by the Roman Senate, and his replacement managed to calm tensions. Another administrator in the Great Northern Province was accused of severe oppression, yet the emperor refused to offer redress. In the end, the man was killed by a labourer, one more example of political violence that appears again and again in Spanish history. In the same climate, a wealthy Spaniard living in Rome became the target of a hostile prosecution. He was executed, and his lucrative mines passed into state hands. Others suffered as well, including respected local figures imprisoned on charges that reflected the paranoia of the age and the fear that loyalty might shift from the emperor to the state. During the reign of Caligula, unrest reached even the imperial inner circle through conspiracy, and a man from the south of Spain was implicated and executed. Under Claudius, at least one reform was introduced that provincials valued. A delay was imposed between successive governorships, held by the same individual, so that complaints could be investigated before a man moved on to another post. Statues rose in Claudius's honour across Spain, though corruption and influence often limited the practical effect of the measure. Around the same time, work was done to open a major route through Lusitania, part of a continuing effort to tighten administration through roads and communication. This was also an age when the cultural life of southern Spain left a strong mark on Rome. Education in Latin rhetoric and literature flourished, and several prominent writers, teachers, and orators emerged from the region. Their careers reveal a society no longer merely provincial, but fully engaged with the intellectual life of the empire. Under Nero, however, the system again showed strain. Financial agents grew more exploitative, and unrest flared in the north among peoples who had been forced into submission earlier but never truly integrated. Signs of disaffection appeared even in island territories off the coast, where special officers were appointed, hinting that security concerns had returned. One governor in the north gained a reputation for strict justice. He resisted predatory officials and checked corruption among administrators, and accountants. It was in a northern town that he learned of Nero's death. After convening an assembly of local notables in a way that had not been seen before, he made the decision to move against Italy and claim the imperial throne. The large military force under his control in Spain made that gamble possible. Yet his short reign brought heavier taxation and numerous executions in Spain, showing how quickly power struggles at the top could translate into suffering at the provincial level. His successor, once a governor in the West, introduced measures that benefited provincial communities, expanding certain cities and distributing citizenship more freely. Revenue from coastal towns across the strait in North Africa was also attached to southern Spain for a time, reflecting the practical reality that the western Mediterranean shores often had more in common across the water than they did with distant inland regions. Even if that arrangement did not last, it anticipated later reforms that treated the western African coast and southern Spain as parts of a connected zone. Under the Flavian emperors, legal privileges expanded across the peninsula in a broad wave. Many communities received Latin rights, but often in a limited form that still placed them below older, privileged towns. New municipal structures were fixed more clearly, and many towns adopted names that advertised their new status and loyalty. Construction also accelerated. Roads, bridges, and public works appeared in key districts, particularly around major administrative centres and military zones. Some of the most famous monuments traditionally linked to Roman Spain are often assigned to this era, though exact dating can be debated. What matters for the story is that Spain, at this point, still had the wealth and organisational confidence to build on a grand scale. Several key documents from this period reveal how Roman administration actually worked on the ground. In one case, a town was permitted to relocate to a new, more practical site in the plain while keeping its upgraded status and continuing to collect dues recognised under earlier emperors. Other dues could not simply be invented and imposed at will. A higher authority had to hear the matter first. In another set of municipal laws issued for important southern towns, local government was carefully defined. Membership in the local council did not automatically mean full Roman citizenship, but access to the full franchise was opened through holding certain magistracies. Voting rights also show a layered society. Residents from other Latin communities could participate, as could resident Romans, yet those Romans did not automatically enjoy special privileges over local citizens in municipal affairs. At the same time, the provincial elite became increasingly willing to hold officials accountable. Leading figures from Italy and Spain took part in prosecuting a notorious southern governor for corruption, and the trial resulted in exile for some accomplices and the effective end of the main offender, who died before formal punishment could be completed. The proceedings were not always clean, and sensational evidence circulated, but the larger point remained. Senatorial provinces often suffered worse administration than imperial provinces, because the emperor had fewer direct incentives to police abuses in territories left under senatorial control. This imbalance became a quiet fault line in the system. The reign of Trajan, born in the south of Spain, is often seen as the high point of Roman Spain's prosperity. Estimates suggest that population rose dramatically from the late Republican age into the middle of the 2nd century. Mining continued, even if profits were smaller than before. Spanish products circulated widely across the Mediterranean. Most importantly, the municipal system functioned at its most energetic level. Local honours were fiercely pursued, and the winners were expected to repay their communities with public buildings, distributions, and permanent charitable foundations. Monumental construction reached a peak, funded sometimes by emperors, sometimes by individual benefactors, sometimes by whole communities acting together. In the north, one long-term military shift helped lay the foundations for the later importance of a city that grew around a legionary base and carried the legion's name into the future. Under Hadrian, there are signs that the arc may have begun to bend. Spain's remarkable run of literary dominance ended. Writers who once helped define Roman culture now gave way to new centres of talent elsewhere, and the intellectual spotlight of the Western Mediterranean increasingly moved across the strait into North Africa. Hadrian himself was closely tied to Spain by birth and family connections. He invested in his home region, beautifying and enriching it, and presented himself as a restorer of Spanish prosperity. Roads were built, and major religious monuments were repaired, including the great shrine at Tarraco. Honour followed in abundance, and so many statues were erected there that a special official had to be appointed simply to manage them. Yet beneath the celebration, warning signs appeared. Large sums that should have flowed from imperial provinces into the treasury were remitted, a measure that suggests financial strain. Even more telling was a gathering of provincial notables from across Spain held at Tarraco. The very fact of such a convention points to a new confidence, perhaps even a budding sense of collective identity beyond local town loyalties. The meeting also revealed a sharper problem: plans to strengthen coastal defence by replacing voluntary enlistment with forced conscription met resistance, showing how deeply the peninsula's most warlike districts were being drained of young men to fill Roman ranks elsewhere. Unlike earlier centuries, there was no compensating influx of settlers. Legions stationed in Spain were increasingly drawn from Spain itself, and after the Flavian period, the stream of new colonies largely stopped. The outlines of two forces that would later help fracture the empire can already be seen forming in the background. A slow thinning of population in key areas and a steady weakening of local wealth that had once fueled civic life. Marcus Aurelius, like two emperors before him, was not born in Spain, yet his family roots reached back to Baetica. During his reign, the empire's growing strain along distant frontiers finally showed itself inside Iberia. Around the year 170, a large band of raiders from North Africa slipped across the straits. They avoided the main Roman forces that were meant to watch the crossing and struck into Baetica with speed. The damage was serious. Malacca was hit hard and its defences were shattered, while another inland town faced a prolonged siege. Relief came when the governor of Lusitania moved quickly, raised forces and lifted the siege, earning public praise as a restorer of order. At the same time, another Roman commander gathered ships and pushed along the North African coast as far as Tingitana. The raiders, suddenly threatened with having their retreat cut off, withdrew rather than risk being trapped. After this shock, Baetica appears to have been placed more directly under imperial control for a time, and a detachment of the 7th Legion was posted at Italica. Unrest also flared in western districts, suggesting that the crisis had shaken more than one province. Signs of deeper weakness were becoming impossible to ignore. Wealth was concentrating, obligations were rising, and the burdens placed on prosperous citizens were heavy. A striking glimpse of this pressure survives in a decree recorded near Seville, dating from the late 2nd century. It shows the state stepping in to reduce the sums demanded for gladiatorial spectacles, and to limit how much private individuals could be compelled to contribute for public shows. It also ended an arrangement that forced trainers to hand over a large share of their earnings to the treasury. The decree was meant for the whole empire, but only the Spanish copy remains. A reminder that the financial stress behind civic display had become a public problem that even emperors could not ignore. Under Commodus, the paralysis creeping into imperial authority became visible in a different form. Wars on northern frontiers and a devastating plague had already weakened the system. In that atmosphere, a single soldier from Italy managed to gather a roaming force of criminals and deserters. This band moved through Gaul and into Spain, plundering, burning, and even besieging towns. What is most revealing is not only the violence, but the lack of an effective response. For a time, these raiders operated with little interference from provincial governors, as if the machinery of control had grown slow, distracted, or simply exhausted. With the end of the Antonine dynasty, a pattern that would repeat for generations began to take hold. Usurpers appeared again and again, men who seized one or more provinces and claimed the imperial title. Their impact was often less disruptive than might be expected because Roman government had become the default operating system of the provinces. Even when a new ruler rose, administration usually continued in familiar form. The same taxes were collected, the same local councils met, and municipal life carried on. These breakaway rulers did not present themselves as champions of local independence. They called themselves Roman emperors, copied Rome's institutions, and often proved capable of defending territory against external threats. Spain itself rarely produced such claimants and remained among the most loyal provinces, though it sometimes had to accept the authority of Western pretenders, whose power base lay in Gaul. A few of these Western rulers imposed themselves on Iberia, and support for them could bring punishment when the central government recovered control. Their regimes still mirrored Rome so closely that they even maintained senates, expanding them with deputies from the provinces they held, including representatives from Spain. Administrative reshaping continued through the early 3rd century. The northwest gained a more distinct provincial identity, reflecting how different that region remained in character and security needs. At roughly the same time, the western part of Mauritania was attached more closely to Iberian administration, an arrangement that recognized the practical links across the western Mediterranean. Then came a sweeping legal change, an imperial decree that extended full citizenship to the free inhabitants of the empire. This is often explained as a way to broaden the tax base by applying citizen-only taxes to everyone. It may also have been driven by a strategic idea. A world facing mounting pressure from outside might stand more firmly if its free populations shared equal legal status, rather than being divided into layers of privilege. The most ominous warning of approaching collapse appeared during the crisis-ridden middle of the 3rd century. Groups identified as Suevi and Franks broke into Spain, pushed deep enough to capture the provincial capital at Taraco, and caused destruction that was remembered long afterward. Other coastal towns also fell into ruin during this period. The invaders were eventually checked by a strong ruler in Gaul, and after years of repeated plunder, they were driven out. But the message was clear. The peninsula was no longer protected by distance, organization, or reputation. It could be reached, wounded, and left scarred. When Diocletian transformed the empire into a far more centralized, tightly controlled system, Spain was affected more by the general shift than by a long list of unique regulations. By this time, Iberia already contained several provinces, and while other regions were carved into many smaller units, the main administrative change was the division of the enormous northern province, with a new southern section organized around a different capital. Later, the Balearic Islands were also treated as a separate unit, bringing the total number of Spanish provinces to a level that would remain stable. All provinces were now under imperial authority. The last visible remnant of senatorial rule disappeared, and provincial governors carried standardized titles, with slight variation in Baetica. Over them stood a vicar managing the whole Spanish diocese from Hispalis, now the largest and most populous city of the peninsula, treated in late Roman imagination as a kind of commanding centre. Above the vicar was the praetorian prefect, responsible for Gaul, who represented the emperor's power across the Western administrative world. The full development of this hierarchical machine belongs especially to the age of Constantine, when the new structure became permanent. The cost of this transformation was immense. The empire now supported a vast class of officials. Local magistrates faced constant interference, and old municipal liberties were steadily hollowed out. What emerged was a uniform landscape of office holders, demanding revenue, taxpayers under pressure, and an expanding population living in conditions close to servitude. In Spain, the economic balance shifted away from the Mediterranean side, toward the south and west, regions that were less exposed to raids and still retained more commercial life. Even there, however, the decay of civic institutions continued. The local senatorial class, once the backbone of municipal pride, became one of the most abused groups. They were held responsible for advancing taxes that they could not reliably collect from neighbours already sliding into poverty. Many were ruined and tried to escape their obligations by flight. Popular election of magistrates faded into formality and then disappeared. Offices were no longer prizes fought over by ambitious citizens. They became burdens imposed on unwilling men. Even minor posts in the imperial bureaucracy offered better prospects than local service, which now carried risk without honour. Meanwhile, local power was weakened further by the appearance of officials who acted as imperial overseers, reducing town autonomy to a shadow. As trade declined, towns began to empty, yet taxes continued to be demanded from them, as if nothing had changed. With fewer residents remaining, the burden per person rose. Guilds that had once strengthened urban life were seized and used as instruments of state extraction. Membership became compulsory and hereditary, and people were locked into trades that they could not abandon. Guild property could be touched by the demands of officials, but could only be enjoyed by those actively practicing the trade. Even if someone managed to escape, rights to that property were lost. In the countryside, a similar process pushed free tenant farmers downward into a condition approaching serfdom, while the weight of taxation fell hardest on those least able to bear it. Artisans disappeared from towns, sometimes by seeking protection through dependence, sometimes by running beyond the frontier. Agricultural land, where it was still cultivated at all, increasingly belonged to office holders and was worked by enslaved labour. Recruitment pools dried up. Spain, long uncomfortable with foreign garrisons, ended up nearly unguarded in the 4th century. Governors were purely civil administrators, and no major military commander was considered necessary, a choice that would later prove disastrous. One towering figure rises from this bleak landscape: Theodosius, remembered as the last great emperor of the Western Empire. Born in the northwest, he belonged to a family tradition linked to the old Romanized elite of the south, and late writers would connect his line to earlier Spanish imperial houses. Under his son Honorius, events unfolded that finally severed Spain from the empire. The trigger came from outside the peninsula. Vandals, Alans, and Sueves surged through frontier defences, defeated Rome's allies, and swept into Gaul, plundering rather than settling. At the same time, a new usurper appeared in Britain and crossed into Gaul, establishing control over a broad corridor of territory and defeating Roman forces. Spain submitted briefly, but powerful local families tied to the imperial house raised forces in Lusitania in support of the legitimate regime. The usurper responded by sending his son to suppress resistance, supported by a hard-driving lieutenant and barbarian auxiliaries. The local imperial supporters were defeated, and a court was set up in a major northeastern city before the commander returned north, leaving his lieutenant in charge. Then the familiar pattern repeated. The lieutenant rebelled, proclaimed his own ruler, and civil conflict deepened. In the struggle for power, the door was open to catastrophe. The Germanic groups in Gaul were invited or encouraged to enter Spain, either to strengthen a faction or to secure an advantage. The lieutenant marched back into Gaul to fight, while the invaders crossed the mountains into the peninsula. By the time the imperial centre reacted and restored order in Gaul, the damage could not be undone. The Germanic peoples were now established in Spain. Only the northeastern corner remained effectively under imperial control by the year 409. What followed was a period of extreme misery. The invaders moved through the land, extracting food and money by force. Few towns could resist for long. Some garrisons were starved into collapse. Hunger reached such a level in places that the most desperate acts were reported. Violence did not come only from foreign armies. Ruined peasants formed bands of brigands and added another layer of terror. In the north and in remote strongholds, older tribal identities reasserted themselves and resisted both Roman authority and new rulers. In the south, communities sheltered in harsh mountain zones remained difficult to subdue even long afterward. Wealthy landowners, abandoned by the state, began to fortify their villas and build private forces, using armed slaves in ways that anticipated later medieval patterns. Eventually, the invaders reached a settlement of sorts with the weakened imperial authorities and divided the peninsula. The Sueves, along with one division of the Vandals, occupied the northwest. The Alans, a steppe people, took Lusitania and broad central zones. The Siling Vandals settled in Baetica, and the later name of that region would echo their presence. Agriculture began to recover slightly, but stability did not last. A new force entered the story: the Visigoths. The early 5th century is difficult to reconstruct with certainty. Several writers describe it, but most were not careful historians, and inscriptions become scarce. The result is a record filled with movements, battles, shifting loyalties, and sudden changes of power. Christian authors condemned the moral state of the age, contrasting Roman luxury with what they imagined as barbarian simplicity. Some even admitted that many provincials had ceased to think of themselves as Romans. Yet the same period also brought an important transformation. Large numbers of non-Christian invaders gradually converted, and this altered the religious landscape of the peninsula in ways that would shape the future. The charge of widespread luxury sits uneasily beside descriptions of starvation, collapse, and social breakdown. A society in which free people were falling into dependence, local elites were fleeing impossible tax burdens, and ordinary provincials were seeking humane treatment. Beyond the frontier is not a society likely to be thriving in indulgence. Spain also lacked the enormous metropolitan centres that elsewhere became symbols of idleness and corruption. When the moral accusations are examined more closely, they often narrow to specific complaints: the survival of certain public entertainments, and the persistence of older seasonal customs. Some towns continued to hold circus games and theatrical shows with reputations for moral damage until new rulers finally suppressed them. Some older festivals also survived, including New Year street rituals in which people wore animal skins and masks and ran through the town in wild celebration. Such practices lingered long after official Roman religion had faded, showing that cultural habits can outlast political systems. What is beyond doubt is that many Spaniards viewed changes of rulers with a weary indifference. For some, life under foreigners seemed preferable to life under a Roman tax regime that felt endless and crushing. That attitude mattered, because it shaped how quickly Roman authority dissolved once it could no longer protect its provinces. The rise of a Visigothic kingdom in Spain is only partially visible through the haze of these decades. From the first Gothic entry early in the 5th century until a later king finally abandoned any pretense of obedience to Rome, the span covers about 60 years. For much of that time, the Goths cooperated with Rome, fighting on its behalf against other barbarian groups in exchange for control of a wealthy kingdom in southern Gaul. In the early phase, the Vandals were the most destructive power in Spain, and their raids reached far across the south and centre. When they departed for Africa in 429, taking with them the remnants of the Alans who had been heavily defeated, the Sueves in the northwest expanded their raids and overran large parts of the country, though without settling permanently everywhere they struck. Outside the Suevic kingdom, much of Spain still existed in a legal fiction as imperial territory, which in practice meant that towns were left largely to themselves, except when mercenary armies briefly appeared. Eventually the Goths pushed deeper. A Gothic king captured the Suevic capital and forced submission, though the Sueves endured as a separate kingdom for a long time afterward. Then a later Gothic ruler drove out the remaining Roman garrisons and broke local resistance in the northeast, bringing almost the whole peninsula under Gothic control except for the Suevic zone and the Balearic Islands, which remained linked to the African Vandals. Not long after, the Goths lost most of their Gallic kingdom to the Franks in a decisive battle near Poitiers. Power shifted south, and the seat of government moved from Toulouse to Toledo in 508. By then, the Western Empire had fallen, and Spain fell with it. Yet the Roman legacy did not vanish. A municipal framework still existed, weakened and impoverished by the late imperial crisis, but capable of revival and well suited to the peninsula's deep local instincts. Latin remained the shared language across most of Iberia, with the notable exception of the Basque-speaking zone. Law and administration left behind a strong foundation. Art and architecture, once highly developed, were now in decline, but their influence remained visible. Above all, one force offered a path toward unity that older tribal politics never achieved: Christianity. By late Roman times, bishops had become the real leaders of many communities, often replacing civil officials as the most stable authority in public life. Under Gothic rule, municipal structures revived in important ways, even as the countryside became more dominant than the city. Local elites were relieved of unbearable burdens, and tax collection was reorganized through officials appointed by Gothic authorities. Town councils were strengthened by being given judicial roles, and Roman law continued with modifications, later shaping medieval legal traditions. A feudal aristocracy under a weak elective monarchy had to contend with a landscape of deeply rooted towns and a powerful church hierarchy supported by ordinary people. In that struggle, Roman political habits and legal ideas often proved stronger than Gothic identity. The Goths gradually lost their language, abandoned their earlier religious divisions, and became absorbed into the peninsula's dominant cultural framework. Their kings gained power against local landowners, only to come increasingly under the influence of church councils. Municipal life persisted. One of the most dramatic second winds of a fading Roman world begins in the 5th century and reaches its brightest moment under Justinian. In those years, the empire, now centred in the east, tried to claw back the western Mediterranean. Italy was fought over and partially recovered from the Goths, and the Vandal kingdom in North Africa was crushed so completely that its power disappeared almost overnight. The recovery was never total. Much of Mauritania remained beyond firm control, held by local tribes who resisted any long-term restoration. Even so, the empire maintained a handful of exposed posts on the African edge of the straits, outposts meant to guard sea lanes and keep a foothold near Iberia. At one such place near Ceuta, imperial troops held their ground even when a Visigothic army from Spain attempted to drive them out. This new push westward was driven by more than pride. The Eastern emperors wanted to restore influence in the Mediterranean, and they also wanted security for Africa, which still mattered financially and strategically. That combination of ambition and necessity led to a remarkable decision. After nearly 800 years, imperial leaders again looked towards Spain, imagining not only conquest but liberation from Gothic rule. The plan was not entirely unrealistic. The Visigothic ruling class still followed a form of Christianity that most Spaniards considered heretical, while the majority of the local population, especially in the south, was intensely Catholic. Bishops in many cities favoured imperial intervention, and a number of Andalusian towns calculated that a distant emperor in Constantinople might allow more breathing space than a powerful court in Toledo, whose reach could feel immediate and heavy. The spark came from Cordova, a proud and influential city with a strong civic tradition. A Gothic king managed to turn the population against him by offending local religious sentiment and provoking outrage at a revered shrine. A revolt erupted, forcing the king to retreat to Merida. At the head of the Catholic rising stood a Gothic noble, Athanagild, a man with his own ambitions. He opened negotiations with the empire and offered a bargain: military help in exchange for territory in the south, parts of Andalusia and sections of Murcia. Constantinople accepted the offer quickly. Imperial troops crossed the straits under a senior commander and coordinated with the rebels. A royal force sent to crush the movement was defeated near Seville. The Gothic king was then killed by his own followers, who feared that civil war was opening the door to a full Roman return. Athanagild took the throne, tried to calm the kingdom, and crucially left the imperial troops in possession of the towns that had already been handed over. Once established, imperial commanders tested the limits. They attempted to expand beyond the agreed zone. Some places could not be held. Seville was abandoned. But other cities resisted pressure and remained in the imperial orbit. Cordova, in particular, held out successfully against efforts to dislodge the Romans, and later, political confusion allowed the imperial enclave to widen. At its greatest, the Roman zone stretched along a long belt of southern coastline from the far southwest toward the southeast, reaching past Cartagena, while also holding the Balearic Islands, which had shifted back into imperial hands earlier after Vandal power collapsed. Church organisation in the islands remained linked to older Mediterranean structures, a reminder that these territories still belonged to a wider world of sea routes and episcopal networks, even as the peninsula itself was drifting away from the empire. The imperial footprint in Spain was real but limited, concentrated in a few strong points. Cordova, Cartagena, and Malaga stood out as major centres, with Malaga serving as a valuable harbour for trade with Italy. Another key town in the zone acted as a strategic anchor in the south. Daily life did not transform overnight. Old municipal habits seemed to have continued, and for many residents, the change of flag meant new garrisons more than new institutions. Military administration was layered. A chief commander oversaw the Spanish enclave, supported by local dukes in important cities like Malaga, while headquarters shifted between Cordova and Cartagena, depending on security needs. The Spanish enclave was also tied tightly to Africa. In the later 6th century, the remnants of imperial territory in Mauritania and the Spanish possessions were grouped into a broader administrative unit. In practice, this meant that Spain's imperial commanders worked under the wider authority based at Carthage in Africa, which handled both civil and military priorities. Despite alliances and shared religion, the empire never pushed far inland. Relations with the Catholic Suevic kingdom in Galicia and with the Franks could be friendly, and these connections sometimes acted as a buffer against the Goths. Yet most Spaniards had long memories. Earlier Roman taxation had been oppressive, and the late empire's burdens had left scars. That history did not encourage enthusiasm for a restored imperial fiscal system. The garrisons themselves were often composed of soldiers drawn from distant regions, men with little cultural connection to Andalusian citizens or peasants. Chroniclers describe these troops in broad, vague terms, suggesting they were seen as outsiders, a necessary shield, but not a natural part of the local world. Everything changed when a strong Visigothic king, Leovigild, came to power. His reign marks the moment the Roman comeback began to shrink. In the late 560s, imperial forces suffered defeats and several towns in Mercia were recovered by the Goths. Malaga, protected by strong walls, appears to have resisted longer than expected. But one important southern town was lost through betrayal, and soon afterward, Cordova itself, the great symbol of the imperial position, was besieged. Local countryside forces tried to help the city, but the outcome was brutal. The city was taken by surprise at night. Its garrison was slaughtered, and other smaller places defended by local levies were absorbed back into Gothic control. With Cordova gone, the imperial centre of gravity shifted east to Cartagena, and the Spanish enclave became a coastal fragment, rather than a coherent southern province. Even then, the end did not come immediately, partly because the Gothic kingdom itself fractured. Leovigild's son Hermenegild rebelled. He had Catholic sympathies and political ambition, and he allied himself with both the Empire and the Sueves. Southern cities declared for him. Seville became his court, and Cordova invited an imperial garrison back into its walls. Yet Constantinople could not send the kind of support that would make this rebellion decisive. Leovigild tightened the net. The Suevic army that tried to relieve Seville was defeated. Seville was pushed into famine. Control of the Guadalquivir was used as a weapon, and the ruins of old Roman sites nearby were fortified to strengthen the blockade. Hermenegild escaped to Cordova, but the city and prince were betrayed, and he was exiled. A leading Catholic bishop who had supported the rebel was driven out and appealed to the emperor, but intervention came too late. Hermenegild was killed, and centuries later Catholic memory would treat him as a martyr figure, blending politics, rebellion and religious identity into a single dramatic narrative. Leovigild exploited his victory to reshape the map. The Roman possessions were split into separated pockets, southwest and southeast, with the heart of Andalusia, Seville and Cordova permanently secured for the Goths. He also absorbed the Suevic kingdom and forced stubborn mountain peoples into obedience. Even the symbolism of sovereignty changed. Visigothic coinage stopped borrowing the emperor's name and began to speak in a language of independent rule, a small but telling sign that the Goths were no longer pretending to be junior partners in a Roman world. His successor, Reccared, moved in a different direction. He abandoned the Arian tradition and adopted Catholic Christianity, a decision that changed the internal logic of the struggle. Once the Gothic court and the Spanish church aligned, the bishops of the imperial zone faced an uncomfortable choice. Loyalty to Constantinople began to look less like loyalty to the faith and more like separation from the national councils that now guided Spanish Catholic life. In this period, the imperial governor at Cartagena carried out building works and left inscriptions that praise his rule in grand language. Yet church writers accused him of heavy-handed interference, including disputes around bishops and church property. The tension reveals an important shift. As Gothic Spain became Catholic, the empire lost one of its greatest advantages in the peninsula: the ability to present itself as the protector of the true faith. By the early 7th century, the imperial enclave was sliding toward extinction. A Gothic king recovered only a small fortified point near the straits after repeated campaigning. But the wider trend was clear. Then a more energetic ruler, Sisebut, came to the throne at a moment when the Eastern Empire was stretched thin by wars against Avars and Persians. He moved decisively. Cities east of the straits were captured one by one, and their walls were torn down, ensuring they could not easily return to imperial hands. Surviving letters from this time show desperate negotiations between the Gothic court and imperial officials. Constantinople, recognizing that it could not defend Spain, agreed to give up nearly all remaining territory, keeping only a few outposts in the far southwest for a short time. Alongside these military events, another harsh episode unfolded that reflects how fear and policy could collide. Imperial circles were haunted by prophecies and anxieties about the empire's enemies, and such fears were sometimes projected onto minority communities. In Spain, under a Gothic government now closely guided by Catholic clergy, persecution intensified and forced conversions were carried out on a large scale. Many fled, losing property and security, scattering into neighbouring lands. These movements would matter later, because displaced communities do not forget, and networks across the Western Mediterranean could become channels of information and revenge. Sisebut's campaigns left him master of almost all Spain. A later king completed the work in the 620s, defeating the last imperial commanders and persuading others to defect. The remaining garrisons boarded ships and sailed east, leaving the peninsula entirely outside imperial control. Even then, the eastern emperors struggled to accept the loss. Long after the western provinces had vanished, and even after the empire had begun losing major lands elsewhere, naval expeditions were still sent towards Spain in hopes of reopening the door. They failed, turned back by Spanish defense. But the attempt itself shows how deeply the old Roman imagination was tied to the idea of Iberia as a western anchor of the Mediterranean world. Once the empire was gone, Spain would not return to an imperial structure of that kind again, except in a very different form many centuries later, when dynastic politics briefly revived the old word, empire, in a new European setting. That later connection brought Spain into conflicts far from its own interests and never produced a popular desire for permanent union. The peninsula's fate was moving in another direction, towards struggles that would be decided not by Constantinople, but by new powers rising out of North Africa and the Western Mediterranean. For the earlier centuries, before Rome ever conquered Spain, information is uneven and often filtered through outsiders. Greek and Roman writers describe the peninsula as a mosaic of peoples, and later, authors repeat older reports, sometimes mixing observation with legend. Some sources are colourful rather than reliable, arranging the tribes into dramatic lists, as if the peninsula were a stage for epic poetry. Still, even through exaggeration, certain patterns are visible. Many observers describe Iberians as serious and stubborn, not given to frivolity, yet intensely proud. They are pictured as preferring action to wandering talk, moving with purpose, toward hunting or war. Roman writers also note a restless curiosity and a taste for novelty, qualities that can coexist with conservatism when a society is fiercely local but eager for personal distinction. Again and again, ancient authors stress a striking attitude toward death. In parts of Celtiberia, dying in battle was treated as honourable, while dying peacefully could be portrayed as shameful. Suicide is mentioned as a chosen escape from dishonor. Whatever the exact accuracy of these reports, the ideal behind them is clear. A belief that the highest form of life is a life proved under pressure, and that personal dignity can outweigh survival itself. This mentality echoes later in Spanish religious history, where martyrdom becomes a powerful cultural ideal. The willingness of certain victims to provoke death by open defiance is one expression of the same underlying pattern. An exaltation of sacrifice and an insistence on the value of individual resolve. Duels and single combats also appear frequently in the old descriptions. Enemy leaders were challenged directly. Volunteers stepped forward for lethal displays of courage. Some tribes maintained elite bands bound to a chief by oath, pledged not to outlive him, living as a personal guard and dying with him if necessary. Names linked to such institutions appear in later inscriptions from the north, suggesting that this kind of sworn companionship was not only a literary motif but a real social pattern. This devotion to an ideal, whether a leader, a cause, or a sacred principle, helps explain why Spain could swing between fierce resistance and sudden collapse. The same energy that produces heroic last stands can also fuel persecution, fanaticism, and uncompromising zeal. Later centuries would show both faces. Intellectual life also reflects this tension. Stoicism, with its stress on the dignity of the individual under oppression, found followers among great minds. At the same time, religious systems perceived as reducing personal agency could be rejected with unusual force. Catholicism, with its emphasis on moral choice and communal faith, eventually became the dominant banner, especially once Gothic rulers moved into that orbit. Politically, much of pre-Roman Spain was organized around local aristocracies, rather than unified kingdoms. Councils of nobles decided questions of war and peace. Some towns had chief magistrates. Other regions had kings whose authority was limited, often more like a war leader than a centralized monarch. Rule might pass among a ruler's sons in a rotating pattern rather than by strict primogeniture. In the east, powerful towns dominated surrounding minor places, and urban life could be impressive. Thick walls with towers, a citadel, and open spaces near the defences. Even groups often imagined as purely pastoral adopted town life in Iberia, adapting to a landscape where fortified settlements offered security and status. Patriotism was real, but its focus was local. Loyalty centered on the town rather than the nation, and often even more than the tribe. There was no single religious hierarchy that could unify the peninsula, and no strong military structure that could coordinate large regions. No dominant city or kingdom emerged early enough to weld the rest into a stable whole. The result was vulnerability. Invaders could defeat communities one by one, because the peninsula struggled to act as a single body. Yet once a city was cornered in its own stronghold, resistance could become astonishingly intense. Famous cases of collective endurance and destruction were repeated across centuries, and the pattern did not die with antiquity. Warfare in Spain is repeatedly described as something that flares up suddenly, spreads rapidly, and refuses to burn out, like a fire rekindled by wind. Ancient writers also describe extremes that appear whenever siege and hunger break societies to the edge. Desperate acts when supplies vanish. Prisoners who refuse humiliation even under torture. Communities that choose burning themselves and their property rather than surrender. At the same time, those same sources sometimes claim that Spanish warfare could be less cruel than that of other invading peoples, noting moments when defeated enemies were released rather than slaughtered. Whether that contrast is idealized or not, it points to a complicated reality. Brutality under pressure but not always a culture built on cruelty for its own sake. In the long wars of the late Republic, even Roman writers admit that the worst atrocities were often committed by Roman armies. An admission that underlines how conquest can brutalize both sides, and how the historical record, even when biased, sometimes exposes uncomfortable truths. Tough, athletic, and deeply adapted to a hard landscape, many Iberian communities produced fighters who seemed made for irregular war. They could ride well, move fast, and survive on little, which gave them a natural advantage in ambushes, raids, and sudden strikes from hills and forests. What stands out in the ancient descriptions is that these traits were not limited to men. Women are repeatedly portrayed as sharing the same endurance and resolve. In battle, some fought alongside husbands, or joined the defense when towns were attacked. In certain districts, daily farming work also leaned heavily on women's labour, and the home was not described as a passive space. It was a place where discipline, memory, and identity were passed down. Polygamy does not appear as a normal institution in these accounts. Instead, mothers are shown teaching children and preparing young men for war, even reciting stories of ancestors before sons marched out, as if military tradition were preserved not only by chiefs, but by family voices. The darker edge of this image is equally clear. When defeat threatened, some women were said to have killed their own children, rather than let them be captured. That kind of story may be shaped by ancient taste for dramatic examples, but it reflects a real theme in the sources: the belief that dishonour and enslavement could be worse than death. A few customs also hint at older social patterns that did not fit later Roman expectations. In parts of the northwest, marriage arrangements sometimes seem to reverse what Mediterranean societies considered normal. Men might give dowries, daughters might inherit, and brothers could receive marriage portions through their sisters. Whether this points to an earlier matrilineal tradition or to local variations in property and kinship, the impression is of a world where women could hold recognized status within family structure. Even in everyday life, there are glimpses of public attention to women's work. Some groups are described as formally judging textile production each year and rewarding the most industrious, which suggests that weaving was not only household labour but a measurable source of prestige. Slavery, in these descriptions, existed but did not dominate most rural societies before Rome, outside the bigger commercial centres. In large towns, the numbers were higher, but among many tribes, slaves are presented as relatively few, at least compared with later imperial patterns. Clothing and appearance also mark cultural distance. A thick, shaggy wool cloak was common, usually dark and sometimes hooded, fastened with metal buckles. Among inland peoples, headgear could be decorated with feathers or crests, and narrow trousers appear frequently. Over time, as Roman control spread, these older styles faded in many places and Roman fashions became normal, but earlier sources emphasize how distinctive local dress once looked. Status was worn on the body. Leaders could be recognized by bracelets and heavy collars of precious metal. Some of these collars were plain, others were elaborately worked or shaped like twisted rope. An example survived long enough to be recovered centuries later from Western Spain and Portugal. Women's clothing is described with even more visual detail. Bright robes contrasted with dark hanging veils, sometimes with iron neck rings, and unusual headdresses with curved rods rising above the head. One writer even claims that women took pride in tightly cinched waist belts, a small observation that reveals how outsiders often focused on visual markers when trying to define a people. In remoter areas, skins could replace woven cloth, and in the islands off the east coast, a skin cloak with the hair left on it is described as a normal garment. Even heralds might wear animal skins as part of their insignia, a reminder that symbols of authority could still be rooted in hunting culture. Military reputation, however, was the central theme. With the exception of the most commercial and urbanized groups in the south, most Iberian peoples were credited with excellence in war, especially in the kind of fighting that breaks formations and punishes slow armies. The terrain amplified this. Mountains, ravines, wooded slopes, and narrow passes allowed small bands to harass disciplined troops, vanish, and strike again. This pattern did not end with antiquity. Later centuries in Spain repeatedly produced the same kind of resistance. Local fighters using landscape, speed, and surprise to bleed larger forces. Roman commanders learned quickly. Tactics were copied, and even certain weapons became Roman standard once their effectiveness was proven. In set-piece battles, the most feared warriors were often those of the Celtiberian interior. They are described forming a wedge to punch through an enemy line at a chosen point, using shock rather than long exchanges. Their equipment shows a blend of local and wider Celtic influence. Long spears with iron tips, short stabbing swords with sharp points that Romans later adopted, and large shields associated with Celtic styles. Another sword type is described with a curved blade that cut on the inner curve, built for slashing, and it appears as a specifically Spanish form in several accounts. Northern mountain groups had a different reputation. Some are described as strong-built and fond of heavy weapons like axes, but also as often lightly equipped for the realities of their terrain. Small shields of woven material covered in hide, javelins, slings, and bows. Small figures and reliefs from the imperial era even show auxiliaries wearing neck collars and carrying compact round shields, visual echoes of older tribal gear now absorbed into Roman service. Cavalry stands out across the west and north. Certain regions were famous for horse breeding, producing small, tough mounts, valued even outside Spain. Riders from these districts became known for rapid charges and agile maneuvers. One technique, later described in Roman military writing, involved horsemen wheeling past enemy ranks at speed. Each rider targeting a specific opponent and trying to punch a light spear through shield and armor in a single pass. It was not just about impact, but about rhythm, motion, and nerve. Other details underline how trained these horses were said to be. Climbing steep slopes, dropping to their knees on command, and moving as if they were part of the fighter's body, rather than a separate animal. These horsemen did not always fight as pure cavalry. Mixed tactics appear often. Riders might arrive with a partner, one staying mounted while the other dismounted to fight, effectively creating a small mobile unit that could adapt instantly. Western fighters are portrayed with a theatrical edge too, charging with hair loose, shouting, and then withdrawing just as quickly, refusing to hold formation for long. That refusal was not weakness, it was strategy. Ambush, sudden retreat, and repeated return attacks could exhaust an enemy who expected a single, decisive clash. Equipment matched this style. Smaller shields hung from straps, light greaves and helmets made from tough materials, breast protection that might be chain but more often linen, and a preference for barbed javelins and slings. Even the cultural side of war is noted. Some groups advanced in rhythm, singing war chants, and in peacetime practiced dances that trained agility and leg strength. Wealthy warriors added display to function. Linen tunics with coloured borders on campaign. Bronze helmets with multiple crests and other details meant to be seen. Against this wider background, the southwestern Tartessian world, later described under different names, is repeatedly singled out as the most civilized and least warlike. By the early imperial period, many communities there were already deeply Romanized. Latin speech was common, Old local languages had faded, and legal and civic forms looked increasingly Roman. Ancient writers attribute to them a literary tradition, records, poems, and even laws set in verse, whose claimed age is clearly exaggerated, but still points to a sense of long cultural memory. Their religion is described with strong astral themes, with important shrines linked to the sun and the dawn. The picture that emerges is of a wealthy trading society with refined habits and deep local pride, but one that struggled to resist aggressive invaders. It is one of the oldest patterns in Mediterranean history. Commerce builds richness, but mobile raiders and military states often decide the political future. North of this refined zone, other Celtic groups appear as more village-based, less urban, and culturally distinct in worship and language. Beyond them, the Western Lusitanians are described as both feared and difficult to govern. People living in a land of fertility and minerals, yet often choosing raiding and war over settled farming. Rome's long-term solution, when conquest finally came, was not simply to fight them in the hills. It was to reshape their lives, move communities into plains, break up fortified centres, and introduce outside settlers and garrisons to hold key points. Even then, the sources emphasise how hard it was to reach mountain refuges where raiders could vanish beyond the reach of heavy infantry. This is paired with details of harsh lifestyle. Simple food, cold baths, and a kind of vapour bath created with heated stones, suggesting a society hardened by routine as much as by conflict. In the far west and northwest, the accounts paint an even more primitive picture. Though it is clear that Roman influence later pulled some of these districts toward mining. Certain groups are described practicing augury and performing armed dances, striking shields as part of ritual and training. Others, like the Vascones, are portrayed in harsh language by later Christian writers, who imply older practices such as human sacrifice and emphasize their wildness. Some claims, like cannibalism, appear in moralizing contexts and may reflect prejudice or isolated events magnified into stereotypes. Yet even biased reports show the same underlying contrast. Fierce warlike reputation combined with limited urban and industrial development in certain upland zones. Everyday life, when the sources step away from battle, looks austere. One meal a day is mentioned, along with water drinking, even when clothing is described as rich. Alcohol existed, though, in forms suited to the land: beer, cider, and herbal spirits. Where olives and vines were rare away from the Mediterranean, butter could replace oil. Acorns could be ground into flour, an old survival practice in marginal landscapes. Sleeping arrangements are described as simple, often wrapped in the same cloak worn during the day. At meals, guests might sit around the walls in a strict order of age and rank, while food was carried around. Sports appear as popular social rituals: boxing, races, and equestrian contests. Music and dance are described in feasting scenes, with leaping movements that trained spring and balance, as if celebration itself doubled as physical conditioning. Economic exchange could also be improvised. In places without coinage, trade might be barter, or pieces of silver could be cut and weighed as a substitute currency. Justice in these descriptions could be severe. Criminals thrown from rocks, parricides stoned outside town boundaries. Some travel writers include strange anecdotes, like sick people being left by the road to ask advice from passers-by who had suffered the same illness. That kind of detail often sounds like a visitor turning a single scene into a general rule. But it still suggests how much ancient observers relied on anecdote to define unfamiliar societies. On the wet western coasts, small boats of hide or canoes, cut from one trunk, are mentioned, a practical response to marshes, estuaries, and difficult shorelines. The Celtiberians of the centre are often described with a particular tone: proud, self-contained, disciplined, and intensely confident. Hospitality is praised, but so is harshness toward enemies and criminals. They traded enough to acquire imported wine, sometimes blending it into drinks like mead, but their defining craft was weapons. Certain towns became famous for forging blades, and the quality of their arms was treated as exceptional. In war, they relied on the wedge attack and had a reputation for an almost unstoppable initial rush, unless met by cavalry at the right moment. Nearby peoples are described sharing related customs, including unusual land systems, where fields were redistributed periodically, reflecting a view that land was a communal resource while movable goods carried the main idea of private property. Some writers claim that harvests were divided equally with death as punishment for cheating, an extreme detail that may be exaggerated, but it still points to social rules meant to prevent wealthy individuals from permanently monopolizing the soil. Off the coast, the Balearic Islands add a different layer. Their population is described as Iberian in broad terms, but archaeology shows older, distinct prehistoric building traditions: towers, stone huts, and tombs built from large blocks. Greeks had a light presence and tended to mix with natives rather than dominate. Later, Carthaginian influence was stronger, especially in trade and coinage, with coastal settlements shaped by Punic language and religion. Over time, Roman power arrived as well. The islanders gained a notorious reputation for piracy, which eventually prompted a Roman campaign. Naval strength and heavy infantry proved decisive, and after resistance was broken in the hills, settlers were brought in to stabilize and civilize the islands. Roman-style towns were founded, local communities were reorganized, and the islands were gradually pulled into the economic orbit of the empire. What the Balearics were truly famous for, though, was not piracy but slings. Their slingers were treated as elite specialists, hired by both Carthage and Rome. The accounts describe them carrying multiple slings at once and striking with such accuracy that defenders on walls could be picked off at range, helmets dented, shields shattered. Training was said to begin in childhood, and one story, repeated because it is memorable, imagines mothers refusing bread until a boy hit his target. Whether literal or not, it captures how outsiders explained skill. Not as talent alone, but as discipline, forced by harsh upbringing. Under Roman rule, these islanders gradually adopted more standard clothing and integrated into Mediterranean commerce, becoming, in time, as urban and civilized as many coastal Spaniards. From the moment Mediterranean sailors learned what lay beyond the western horizon, the Iberian Peninsula gained a reputation that never really faded. It was the place where metal seemed to rise out of the ground. Long before Rome became an empire, Phoenician traders were already moving Spanish gold and silver eastward, exchanging it for manufactured goods and luxury items. Later, Carthage drew heavily on the same reserves, and when Rome finally wrested control of Iberia, these mines and metal routes became one of the quiet engines powering Roman expansion. Ancient writers, even those speaking from far away, treated Spain as a treasury for the entire known world, an exceptional land whose streams, hills, and rocky veins promised wealth on a scale that sounded almost mythical. Yet the fascination was never only about glittering treasure. Roman administrators and practical observers, people who had actually governed in Spain, inspected estates, and watched merchants load ships, describe a country of strong agricultural potential and rich coastal waters. The south and east, when carefully farmed, could be intensely productive, with broad grazing lands supporting flocks whose wool became one of the peninsula's most valuable exports. Along those same shores, tuna and conger were caught in large numbers, processed, and shipped out by organized firms that treated fish not as a local food, but as an international commodity. Even inland districts that looked less fertile had their own value: esparto grass, flax, timber in certain zones, and above all, a wide spread of mineral deposits: gold, silver, copper, lead, iron, and many stones prized for carving or jewellery. Sheep and wool became a kind of signature of Roman Spain. The finest animals were especially associated with the southern province, later called Baetica, and with communities in the western interior. Their wool was not just plentiful, but carefully managed. Herds could be shorn twice a year, and ancient agricultural writers show an almost obsessive attention to fleece, colour, and texture. Sheep were sometimes kept under protective coverings to influence the shade and quality of the wool. Fleeces could be naturally pale, yellowish, grey, or black, and breeders experimented constantly, even trying to set a colour into a line of animals as if tone itself were an inheritance to be engineered. Exotic breeding attempts were also part of the story. Foreign rams brought in as curiosities could end up being used to strengthen local stock, producing animals valued not only for quantity, but for the precise look of their fleece. In the early imperial period, finished textiles moved to Italy. Later, raw wool increasingly became the export, feeding Mediterranean industries that wanted Spanish material more than Spanish workmanship. The animal world described for Iberia is strikingly varied. In some regions, mouflon-like animals existed with hair rather than classic wool. Elsewhere, wild goats were said to be numerous enough that their hair could be woven into tough garments suited to sailors and soldiers. Horses were equally important, both economically and culturally. Writers talk about herds running over open plains, and they praise the riding qualities of certain regional breeds. Small but swift animals used for fast travel and valued far beyond Spain's borders. In forested areas, hunting mattered more than outsiders sometimes expect. Deer and large boar were common enough to shape local diets and local symbols, and cured hams became a source of profit in parts of the Pyrenean foothills. The boar appears repeatedly in regional imagery, suggesting how strongly the animal was linked with status, identity, and the idea of the hunt. Water resources added another layer. Large rivers provided abundant fish, and the coasts, especially in the south and east, supported major fisheries. In some towns, the sea trade was so central that fish imagery became an emblem of local identity. Fishing could also mean risk and distance. Sailors from the far south were said to push down the Atlantic coast of Africa or far into open water, treating the ocean as a working space rather than a barrier. Shellfish and certain prized species were noted as common, and the preservation industry became immense. Coastal sites developed large tanks and reservoirs to hold tuna and mackerel, destined for salting and export, linking Iberian shorelines directly to Italian markets. In northern waterways, even animals like beavers were present in sufficient numbers to be exploited for substances used in medicine and craft. Across all this abundance, grain remained the foundation. Wheat and other cereals were cultivated widely, not only in the south, but also across the great interior plains. Rome's interests were practical and relentless. A set fraction of the harvest could be demanded as tribute, and beyond that, merchants and state agents gathered even more for export. The grain trade was not a casual flow of surplus. It was organized at scale, with shipping firms, overseers, and routes so regular that Spanish cargoes became a familiar element in the ports serving Italy. Storage techniques matched the need. In some areas, grain was kept in underground chambers or simple dry trenches, sometimes stored while still in the ear. and the idea that grain could be preserved for decades in sealed spaces remained part of Iberian rural practice long after antiquity. Local tastes did not always match Roman ones. Some sources suggest that many native communities did not consume much wine in earlier periods, and that imported wine could be relatively costly compared to local staples. Yet vines were cultivated, and viticulture adapted to heat and dryness. Grapes could be managed low to the ground to avoid shading neighbouring plants, and in extreme sun they might be protected with leaves. Must and grapes were stored in clay jars sealed against spoilage. Over time, as Italian agriculture weakened and demand rose, wines from Spain and Gaul became more common in wider Mediterranean circulation. Not all of it was celebrated as fine, but the trade itself shows how Spain's agricultural output could move from regional consumption to imperial scale exchange. Olives and oil became another major pillar, especially in the south. Ancient observers praised the quality of certain oils and described production methods in a way that reveals how standardized and commercialized the process became. Oil was not merely a food, it was an export, a commodity for cooking, lighting, and even medical use. Alongside oil, fibers mattered. Flax was produced in multiple provinces and developed into a specialized manufacture in certain towns whose linen became famous for fine cloth used in veils, nets, and sails. The relationship between flax and maritime life was direct. Strong linen meant better rigging and faster voyages, tightening the links between Spain and Italy. Esparto grass, meanwhile, became the working material of the countryside and the sea. It could be turned into bedding, shoes, torches, ropes, and ship rigging. Harvesting it was difficult, requiring protective gear and long processing, bundling, drying, soaking, and drying again before it could become usable fibre. What looks like humble grass in the hills becomes, in an imperial economy, a strategic resource for shipping and trade. The landscape also supplied dyes, timber, and smaller specialized products. In northern districts, forests produced building materials and fuel, and some islands were known for pines. In the southeast, dried figs could be exported, while certain oaks carried growths that yielded a brilliant red dye used for textiles and other goods. Dyers and colour workers appear frequently in inscriptions, a reminder that making cloth was not only about wool and weaving, but about the visual identity of colour, who could afford it, who produced it, and how it moved through markets. Medicinal plants were also gathered and cultivated, and some regional herbs gained a reputation strong enough to travel through the empire as named remedies. All of this output, grain, oil, fish products, wool, fibre, dyes, timber, and metal, generated wealth on an enormous scale, even when provincial administration could be corrupt and extraction-heavy. It also shaped urban life. Spanish towns formed export associations and maintained business operations in Rome itself. Warehouses, counting houses, patrons, and networks. Large dockyards existed in key ports. Ships moved continually, not only through the Mediterranean but along Atlantic routes as well. And in wartime, the state could seize merchant vessels for transport. Overseas traders followed opportunity. Jewish communities are attested early, and merchants from the eastern Mediterranean settled in coastal cities, forming associations that looked like organized commercial communities, rather than isolated foreigners. Behind the agricultural and maritime wealth stood the older legend, Spain's metals. Greek and Near Eastern traditions turned Iberia into a place of rivers lined with silver and hills filled with treasure. Some of this language is poetic exaggeration, but archaeology and early finds support a basic fact. Precious metal was accessible in ways unusual for much of the ancient world. In certain areas, small nuggets could appear near the surface, and even communities without sophisticated smelting could gather and shape native metal using simple tools. Such easily collected material likely entered early trade networks long before large-scale mining methods arrived. Ancient writers also preserve a dramatic explanation for why metal seemed to appear so freely. They imagined a great fire consuming forests and melting ore in the mountains, with rivers then carrying it down and depositing it in plains. The story is mythical in form, but it may echo real landscape events, large fires, erosion, and visible deposits that made the metal country reputation believable. As mining developed, it became more organised and more brutal. Under the Roman Republic, many mines were treated as public assets, leased out to individuals, municipalities, or companies for fixed rents. Over time, emperors worked to bring more mines under direct imperial control, whether through confiscation, inheritance, or political pressure. Not every mine mattered equally. Silver production, for example, could decline in productivity, making private ownership more tolerable. Certain special mines, like those producing cinnabar used for vivid red pigment, were valuable enough to be closely controlled under specific arrangements. Imperial administration typically relied on leasing operations to contractors, while keeping oversight through officials responsible for whole mining districts. Some mining sites were so remote that their attached settlements never developed full civic life. They became functional communities built around extraction. Workers, guards, tradesmen, and officials rather than stable municipal citizens. In these places, services could be treated almost like state-run monopolies. Essential trades might be auctioned out to the highest bidder, turning barbers, teachers, tax collectors, and bath management into regulated concessions. Even bathing could be structured by rules. Certain groups, imperial personnel, soldiers, children, could be admitted freely while fixed fees applied to others. The mining labour force itself fell into stark categories. Poor free workers who chose the work, enslaved labour, and convicts. The last two were often chained. Mines were dangerous, and authorities feared rebellion, so soldiers were commonly stationed nearby. The physical process of mining, as described, was labour-intensive and technically demanding. Shafts could be cut into hillsides and extended long distances through straight or winding galleries. Sometimes pillars were left to hold roofs temporarily, later allowed to collapse to expose ore, a brutal shortcut that traded safety for access. Water was a constant enemy. Underground streams could flood tunnels, and draining required pumps and engines of the sort ancient writers loved to attribute to famous inventors. Walls might be coated to reduce collapse. None of this prevented high death rates. In an age without modern sanitation and with abundant coerced labour, the loss of life could be treated as a cost of extraction. Even so, occasional finds suggest that not every worker was chained or treated identically. Reliefs and objects recovered from mining areas show organised teams, with tools and lamps supervised rather than simply driven. Gold came from two main zones: the northern mountains and certain low sandy districts in the south, where streams could be diverted and sands washed. Gold often appeared as grains, sometimes as larger pieces, and multiple methods existed for separating it: burning and washing sediments, using sieves, experimenting with plant ashes, or simply repeated shaking and rinsing. Northern production is described as once enormous, though yields fell as easier deposits were exhausted and technology reached its limits. Later, imperial gold increasingly came from other conquered regions, showing how the centre of gravity in Roman mining could shift with political expansion. Silver mining, especially in earlier centuries, is described on a scale that sounds almost unbelievable. Certain southern mines employed tens of thousands of workers, cutting into mountains with iron tools. Some mines in the northeast were remembered in local place names, connected to Carthaginian activity, showing how mining history could imprint itself into geography. Alongside silver, electrum appeared in certain regions, a natural mix of gold and silver that could contain unusually high gold content. Copper, by contrast, was a steadier and more widespread industry under the empire. Evidence suggests very early familiarity with copper picking from naturally pure nodules, long before true smelting became common. Under Rome, copper districts supplied huge quantities, shipped through organized port systems, and used in coinage alloys that shaped the everyday economy of the empire. Lead came from several regions and could appear in more than one form, and municipal communities might receive land under the condition that they worked lead sources for the state. Tin added another long-distance thread. It was essential for bronze production and was associated with Atlantic routes and Western trade mysteries. Ancient geographers placed tin islands somewhere beyond Spain's western seas, and later debates tried to identify them in different parts of the Atlantic world. Whatever the precise geography, the key point is that tin was part of a far-reaching network linking Western Europe, coastal traders, and Mediterranean demand. Iberian ports and merchant systems served as middle points in a chain that connected distant sources to southern markets. Cinnabar, used to create vermilion, shows how tightly controlled a single product could be. The pigment was prized for paint and cosmetics, and shipments could be sealed, shipped unprocessed, and handled through central facilities in Rome. Official pricing existed, yet profits could still be inflated by adulteration. A reminder that regulation did not eliminate fraud in high-value trade. Iron, however, may have been the metal most closely associated with local expertise. Northern and central districts produced iron, and certain towns became famous for blade work. Techniques for tempering and selecting the hardest metal-created swords admired across the Roman world, and craft guilds appear in inscriptions showing organized professional identity in metalworking. Beyond metals lay a whole cabinet of mineral products: pigments, salts, crystals, building stones, decorative marbles and gemstones used for engraving and jewellery. Quarries in the peninsula supplied stone for monuments, and certain local marbles later gained their own historical afterlives in medieval construction. Jasper, agate, garnet, and carnelian appear repeatedly in the record, and the idea of Spain as a land of sparkling stones was not merely literary flourish. It reflected a real spread of workable minerals that fed both craft and status. When all of these resources are put together, a pattern becomes clear. Spain's wealth did not rest on a single miracle mine or a single crop. It was a layered economy: flocks and wool, grain and oil, fish and salt tanks, flax and esparto, timber and dyes, then a deep mineral base that drew outsiders for centuries. That breadth explains why so many powers, Phoenician, Carthaginian, Roman, returned again and again to Iberia, not simply to conquer territory, but to secure production. It also explains the later decline that begins to show in the imperial period. Exhausted deposits, heavier taxation, and less secure routes could erode even a rich system. A land can be naturally abundant and still become strained when extraction grows too intense and the wider world grows less stable. Spain's long fame as the metal country survived, but the conditions that once made that fame an engine of empire could not remain permanent. Native building traditions in the Iberian Peninsula were simple in form yet remarkably durable, and they changed very little throughout the entire Roman period. Archaeological excavations have revealed numerous prehistoric settlements, some likely dating back to the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age. One of the clearest examples lies at Ifere in southeastern Spain. Here, houses were tightly grouped on a hilltop protected by steep natural slopes and a surrounding wall. Traces of stairways still survive, while the walls were built from small, irregular stones, bonded with mud or clay. Floors were made of compacted earth, and the roofs were flat, constructed from reeds and branches tied together with esparto grass and sealed beneath a layer of mud. Tools made from jagged flint, grinding stones and ovens have been uncovered, along with later finds such as bracelets and ivory ornaments, indicating a society that had reached a relatively advanced level of material culture. Nearby tombs contained cremation urns, along with flint blades, arrowheads, and axes. Another major settlement at Sitania in the northwestern region reveals the foundations of around 40 round or square huts, enclosed within concentric defensive walls, built in massive stone blocks. These fortifications crown a hill accessed by roads, converging from all directions, suggesting its importance as a regional centre. Inscriptions, roof tiles, pottery, glassware, bronze objects, and coins from the early imperial period demonstrate that these hilltop strongholds continued to be inhabited long after Roman rule was established. Similar fortified towns have been identified across Andalusia, Portugal, Galicia, and other provinces. Many were laid out along organised streets lined with multi-room houses, often including wells. Castella de las Gracias in Albacete stretches nearly half a mile along a ridge, while Arcabriga, located between Madrid and Zaragoza, occupies a sloping terrain protected by double and even triple defensive walls. The settlement had 3 gates, one reinforced with towers, and was built across 3 terraced levels connected by steps. The nature of its houses shows that it remained occupied well into the Roman era. At Numantia, excavations have also uncovered clear remains of the Roman siege works, constructed during the campaign led by Scipio. Even settlements built on open plains were not without defences. Most included a fortified tower or refuge positioned to command wide views of the surrounding landscape. These structures allowed inhabitants to withdraw during attacks and also served as signal stations, using beacon fires to communicate across long distances. Some of these towers, originally built by Carthaginian forces, were later adapted for use as lighthouses. Domestic architecture in Spain relied heavily on rubble and earth packed tightly between wooden forms, then coated with mud or brick. This technique proved more resistant to sun and rain than lime mortar or cut stone. Even city walls were often built from unmortared stones, reinforced with mud in the traditional manner. Surviving examples of this construction can still be seen at Emporias, where Greek settlers preserved Iberian walls. Such methods remained common even into the early medieval period. Roofs were typically covered with hard wooden shingles made from oak or juniper. The native populations of Spain showed limited architectural innovation. Roman influence, however, was established more thoroughly here than in many other provinces, and the blended Italian and Greek architectural style introduced by Rome endured well into the Middle Ages. Circuses, temples, aqueducts, theatres, amphitheatres, colonnaded squares, townhouses and villas were widespread and sometimes well preserved. Yet they cannot be considered uniquely local creations. Most surviving structures date from the reign of Trajan and the emperors who followed him, as relatively little remains from the early imperial period. Builders used stone alongside an exceptionally durable form of cement, while marble was employed sparingly, often imported from Africa due to the poor quality of northern Spanish stone. Smaller monuments, such as tombs, were occasionally carved from granite, porphyry, or agate. Among the most impressive Roman structures is the Great Bridge spanning the Tagus River, later known as Alcantara. Built during the reign of Trajan through the combined efforts of 11 municipalities, it consists of 6 identical arches made of precisely cut stone. Massive square piers support a roadway, wide enough to allow multiple vehicles to pass side by side. Nearby, an inscription placed by the architect Lacer celebrates the bridge as a work intended to endure for all ages. Other major remains include the circus at Italica, the theatre at Saguntum, the naval arena at Emerita, and the aqueducts of Segovia and Tarraco. Smaller monuments also survive, such as triumphal arches and towers from Trajan's reign, built either through public funding or private patronage. Several early churches in Spain originated from Roman temples that were later converted or from structures erected after Christianity became dominant. Recent discoveries of early sculpture in southern and southeastern Spain have sparked significant debate. These works show Greek and Punic influences but appear to belong to a distinct native artistic tradition dating to around the 5th century before Christ. This tradition likely reflects the high level of culture attributed to the Tartessian civilization. While less refined than classical Greek sculpture, these works emphasize elaborate jewelry, amulets, veils, and headdresses. Their style can seem surprisingly modern, at times approaching the exaggerated forms later seen in medieval art. A major group of such statues was found at Cerro de los Santos in Murcia, including numerous female figures interpreted as priestesses or dedicatory offerings associated with a solar sanctuary. Several hold ritual vessels linked to libation practices. The most famous example of this tradition is the Lady of Elche, a nearly life-sized sandstone bust discovered near ancient Ilici. Painted in multiple colours, it depicts a woman wearing a veil, a ceremonial headdress, and a richly ornamented diadem. Large, perforated discs project from either side of her face, from which hang tassels ending in acorn-shaped pendants. A heavy triple necklace decorated with pearl-like beads and urn-shaped amulets completes the ensemble. A gold diadem from roughly the same period, discovered in western Spain, depicts embossed scenes of mounted and foot soldiers, servants bearing vessels, and symbolic animals rendered in a strikingly stylized manner. Early warrior statues have also been uncovered, showing figures adorned with heavy armlets and neck rings. One damaged example wears a short tunic, patterned with diamond shapes, a layered belt, a short sword, and a large round shield. Most native statues were carved from soft sandstone, allowing easy shaping but resulting in coarse outlines. Earlier idols are often extremely abstract, with barely defined limbs, and some were made simply from clay. Representations of gods appear to have been rare before Greek and Roman influence took hold. By contrast, sculptures produced in the Greco-Roman tradition are abundant and include depictions of gods, emperors, and prominent citizens. These works follow standard imperial styles and show little regional variation. Many fine examples come from emporiae, including statues of healing and love deities, as well as bronze reliefs. Dedications were often lavish, with inscriptions recording offerings of gold, silver, and precious stones. Wealthy individuals were buried with equal splendor in stone tombs or decorated sarcophagi, a practice that continued into the Christian period with biblical scenes replacing pagan imagery. Relief carvings reflect a blend of native and Roman influence, such as scenes of Iberian cavalry or battles between Roman and local forces. Eastern artistic traditions also left their mark. Although little remains from Phoenician times beyond inscriptions and a few divine busts, Egyptian objects such as scarabs and ritual figures have been found across Spain. Sculptures linked to Eastern cults, including Isis, Ammon, and Mithras appear at several sites, reflecting the cosmopolitan religious landscape of Roman Spain. Mosaic art flourished, particularly with mythological and symbolic themes. Scenes of chariot racing, gladiatorial combat, sacrifices, and legendary figures adorned villas and public buildings. By the early 4th century, however, both sculpture and mosaic declined in quality, giving way to simpler geometric designs made from artificial materials. Wall painting then rose to prominence, especially in churches, where symbolic figures drawn from both classical and Christian imagery filled the interiors. Ceramic production dates back to prehistoric times, with early vessels displaying polished black surfaces and mica inclusions. Burial grounds reveal large numbers of decorated urns, while later pottery shows floral and animal motifs influenced by Mediterranean styles. During Roman rule, pottery followed Italian models and was widely exported, especially durable wares from Saguntum marked with distinctive symbols. Metalwork survives in smaller quantities, though exceptional weapons from early Iberian culture reveal sophisticated craftsmanship. Roman-era metal objects include finely decorated silver bowls depicting mythological scenes, or ritual offerings associated with healing springs. Coin production was extensive, encompassing Greek, Punic, Iberian, and Roman issues. Greek-style coins circulated along the eastern coast. Punic types dominated southern ports, and native Iberian coinage spread across the interior. Roman colonial issues followed, eventually replaced by imperial coinage. Local minting ceased under Caligula, and Spain's distinct numismatic identity faded until the rise of post-Roman kingdoms. Reconstructing the native religions of ancient Spain is unusually difficult. The challenge is not only that the origins and relationships of the peninsula's many tribes remain uncertain, but also that political life was fragmented into countless small communities, and religious practice often followed those local boundaries. Nearly 100 divine names have survived in inscriptions and scattered references, and new ones still appear with fresh discoveries. Yet most of these gods mattered only within a narrow radius. Many were essentially sacred echoes of a place name, a mountain, a river, or a town, and only a handful seem to have been honoured across larger stretches of territory. The pattern is familiar even in later centuries, when villages built their identity around the cult of local martyrs, treasuring the bones of believers believed to have died in the persecutions of the 3rd and early 4th centuries, and placing them beneath the altar of a small shrine. The impulse is the same: faith anchored to a particular landscape and community. It is often claimed that Roman religion was quickly and completely absorbed, but that sweeping statement fits only certain regions, especially Baetica and the eastern coast. Under the Empire, one striking feature is how rarely dedications to standard Roman gods appear outside colonies and towns, where Italian soldiers, administrators, or settlers formed an influential presence. In those places, honouring Roman deities could serve as a public signal of loyalty. Elsewhere, where local populations dominated civic life, older protectors tended to survive under safer, more generalised labels. A community might honour the spirit of the town, a guardian deity, local household gods, or nymphs. Sometimes the result was a blended name that sounded Roman yet remained deeply local, pairing a familiar Roman figure with a regional epithet. At the same time, emperor worship often spread with real enthusiasm. Many communities treated the emperor not simply as a ruler, but as the living symbol of imperial power itself. Distance from Rome also helped sustain this devotion because the daily realities and political fatigue that could make the cult feel routine near the capital were less visible on the edge of the empire. In the south and east, where Roman religious forms were strongest, another shift unfolded. From roughly the age of Trajan onward, a wave of Eastern cults offered new rituals and promises that attracted many serious-minded worshippers. In several districts of Valencia and Murcia, the rites centered on Isis became especially prominent. The evidence for indigenous worship comes in three main forms. First, are scattered comments by ancient writers and geographers, many reflecting the world around the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ, when Greek travellers were particularly active. Second is the mass of inscriptions from the early imperial period, usually brief, naming a deity and the person making the dedication, often with a formula of thanks. Third are statues and votive gifts, though most belong to a period when Roman influence was already strong. Modern discussions frequently describe these native cults as Celtic, and a few major examples do seem to fit that influence, especially certain underworld and healing divinities, and a broad family of water powers. Still, the parallels with the religious worlds of Gaul and Britain are limited. The moon goddesses so widely honoured in Spain, and later appearing under imperial titles, do not match what is known from Celtic mythology farther north. It also matters that Druidism, which shaped Celtic religion into a distinct system, did not exist in Gaul at the time. Celtic groups began pressing into Spain around the 6th century before Christ. Ancient literary hints provide a first glimpse. In the southwest, star and sky worship was described as widespread among the Tartessian peoples. In one Roman veteran colony on a tributary of the Batis, a sun deity called Neton was said to have been honoured in the form of an idol with a radiating head and identified with Mars. The report comes from a late source, and it is possible that the outward appearance of the cult had already absorbed features from Eastern solar worship that flourished under the empire. Inscriptions show the name in several areas, including the northwest and regions near Emerita. Some writers connect this god to an Irish war deity, whose name is similar, but that link is uncertain, and it is safer to treat the Spanish figure as native. In the far south, Saturn appears as an object of reverence, perhaps standing in for an earlier solar god. Much has happened in parts of Roman Africa. In western Baetica, a sanctuary honoured a goddess of the dawn. Mercury too appears strongly in the south, likely replacing an older local or Punic power. A hill near Carthago Nova was sacred to him, and he was remembered as a protector of fishermen. He even appears on local coinage, sometimes with the winged cap, sometimes represented by the staff of a herald. In central Spain, the Celtiberians were reported to offer sacrifices to an unnamed god before the gates of a town, while families performed religious dances by household under the full moon. The god in this case may have been another solar or lunar power. Elsewhere, armed dances were noted, with men clashing shields as part of the rite. Such scenes point to a deeper pattern: ecstatic religion expressed through rapid movement, rhythm, and continuous sound. Traits that many observers have long associated with the Spanish temperament. Even in later periods, travellers noticed ceremonial dances performed in major churches, on festival days, combining devotion with choreographed movement before the altar. Some northern groups were described as atheists by a Greek writer, likely meaning not that they denied divinity, but that their gods did not match any familiar figures from Greek tradition. These peoples were said to practice wailing chants and to excel at divination. Reading signs in the entrails of animals, the flight of birds, and the behaviour of fire. Western tribes were portrayed as deeply committed to sacrifice. They consulted omens taken from veins and lungs, sometimes without removing the organs. And captives could be used in grim rituals. In some accounts, even the right hands of captives were offered to the gods. A war god received sacrifices of horses and goats, and in certain cases human victims as well. dressed in ceremonial cloaks. When the great leader Viriathus died, his body was placed on a high pyre. Sacrifices were offered, and then horsemen and infantry ran in circles around the flames, chanting praise. The vigil continued until the fire burned out, and the rite ended with ritual combat that resembled gladiatorial fighting. Accounts also describe memorial practices around warrior tombs, with upright stones set up in numbers matching the enemies a man had killed. Even if the explanation offered by later writers is doubtful, the basic fact of standing stones as sacred markers fits the wider Mediterranean world, where such stones often functioned as religious symbols. At Cape St. Vincent, a heap of stones was believed to be specially holy and protected by a solar power. It was considered dangerous to approach at night, when divine presences were thought to move through the place. Reverence for stones may have been inherited from much older builders of dolmens and megalithic tombs, shaping both Iberian and Celtic traditions. These fragments suggest a religious landscape that was highly impressionable, mystical, and open to claims of supernatural authority. Roman commanders exploited this atmosphere. Sertorius famously kept a tame deer and claimed it carried divine messages that guided his decisions. A Celtic leader named Olindicus possessed a silver spear said to have fallen from the sky, a dramatic object meant to validate his authority. Much later, a young visionary gathered followers by presenting himself, through signs and omens, as a messianic figure. Diviners and prophets flourished in such conditions. Some northern peoples were known for reading omens in birds. Military leaders sometimes found their armies saturated with sorcerers and wizards who undermined discipline. Other Roman figures encountered prophets who offered encouragement to ambitious plans. In one Spanish city, an altar was even restored in the early 3rd century to the legendary enchantress. A culture that tolerated magic also provided fertile soil for mystical systems such as Gnostic belief. Christian leaders later struggled to suppress older customs that persisted beneath new names. Rites meant to purify harvests, offerings to sun and moon, reverence for animals and serpents, and other practices that blurred the line between folk religion and formal worship. Such accusations were often levelled against heretics, yet some ascetic movements fiercely denied them, insisting their spirituality had nothing to do with pagan magic. When inscriptions and archaeological finds from the imperial period are examined, a different picture appears from the crude rites described by earlier geographers. Native gods did not disappear, but their cults often gained temples and statues, and their identities were increasingly mapped onto the Greco-Roman pantheon. One of the most important Western deities was Endovelicus, honoured especially in what is now southern Portugal. Two major centres of the cult lay near modern towns in the Alentejo region. Although the Lusitanians were not purely Celtic, signs of Celtic mixture appear in that area, and the god's name is often explained through Celtic roots, meaning something like the very best. A notable dedication from one sanctuary was carved on a marble pedestal that once supported a statue and displays symbols such as a wreath, a palm, and a boar, an animal often linked to Celtic religious imagery. Several clues suggest that Endovelicus was an earth power connected with healing. In later centuries, a church dedicated to Saint Michael, widely associated with protection and healing, rose on or beside the ruins of the pagan sanctuary, absorbing the old sacred site into a new religious framework. Excavations at another centre revealed a temple that remained important deep into the imperial age, with Latin inscriptions, statue fragments, and figures that may depict the god, including one youthful statue holding a bird. Another major cult in western and southern regions centred on a goddess often linked with Persephone. Her older name appears in several forms and seems to connect to an ancient root meaning mother. In many dedications, her name is paired with Persephone, and sometimes only the Roman name is used, even though the power being invoked was clearly local. A town identified as the main seat of her worship gave her an official title, emphasizing invincibility and local identity. This cult preserves one of the rare survivals of totem-like symbolism in Roman Spain. Small bronze goats have been found with their feet shaped into a base and dedicated to the goddess. They may have functioned as votive gifts, or perhaps as ornaments attached to weapons. The goat also appears as sacred in accounts of Lusitanian war worship. Across wide parts of the West, the pig held similar sacred value. Granite figures of pigs, roughly life-sized, appear in groups and were sometimes placed near graves. Even in the Roman army, regional identity persisted. When legionaries held ceremonies for the imperial eagle, auxiliary troops from the northwest might dedicate offerings to the boar that decorated their standards. Coins suggest that the bull served as an emblem for at least one major town. The underworld goddess associated with Persephone also carried a reputation for punishing wrongdoing. One remarkable inscription asks her, in solemn language, to avenge thefts committed against a female devotee, listing missing garments in careful detail, from tunics to linen wraps and an undergarment. Other deities appear in clusters and sometimes in plural form. A group known as the Lugoves seems related to the Celtic god Lugus, often linked with Mercury, and dedications to them appear in the northwest and central regions. One altar includes 3 triangular hollows for incense, implying a triple divinity. Their name may connect to woodland sanctuaries, echoing the Latin word for sacred groves. Additional gods included Arnus, apparently connected with victory and perhaps merged with Mars, and Trebaruna, paired closely with Victoria, sometimes with altars dedicated side by the same worshipper. The horse goddess Epona, known across the Celtic world and even at Rome, appears in a few Spanish offerings, including one altar decorated with a chariot. Alongside these named gods stood a vast realm of spirits, tied to water and place. Fairy-like mothers were honoured in the north and west, echoing traditions found across Celtic regions. Closely related were nymphs presiding over streams and healing springs, often believed to appear in dreams and demand a monument or offering. Later, folklore preserves similar beings. The Xanas of the Asturian mountains, imagined as small figures living beneath remote fountains, washing white garments at midnight, rewarding the honest and dragging the wicked beneath the water. Or in Portugal, enchanted women associated with ruins and lonely springs. Many such cults were later redirected toward Christian figures, with chapels built beside the same sacred waters. Dreams played a broader role as well. Not only could nymphs and gods appear, but the dead themselves were believed to return in visions, asking relatives to set up memorials or offerings. Inscriptions even record such requests. Some monuments suggest fascination with gateways of dreams described in classical poetry, while others carry symbols linking the underworld, serpents, and springheads. Altars might be raised to a god explicitly in honour of a deceased person, blending devotion and memory. Burial practice varied widely, from rough trenches covered with stones to elaborate Roman mausolea. Many Iberian groups preferred cremation, while peoples with Celtic roots and some southern communities also practiced burial. In remote areas, bodies might even be left for animals and birds. Across tombstones and native monuments, recurring sacred symbols appear, often tied to sky worship, discs and crescents, sometimes paired with doves. Other signs include the swastika in several forms, 6-rayed stars, tridents, anchors, and even bridge motifs, symbolizing the soul's passage toward the heavens. Graves contained practical and precious objects across the centuries, from stone axes and flint knives to Roman glass cups, painted pottery and jewellery. Inscriptions frequently include prayers for peace and rest, sometimes expressed in striking lines asking the powers below not to begrudge the dead their place, their name, or even a light covering of soil. Amulets were common. A small bronze head of a radiated sun god was found near one site, and statues are shown wearing similar solar emblems, combined with the crescent of the moon. Along the western coast, a type of stone believed to protect against lightning was recovered. Around Numantia, long regarded as a significant centre before Roman rule, pottery fragments carry swastikas and animal symbols that look like talismans. Rings and carved stones marked with Gnostic emblems appear frequently, reflecting the mixture of beliefs circulating under the empire. In such an environment, the Christian cross could naturally be treated, not only as a symbol of faith, but also as protection against spirits and unseen dangers. Official Roman worship existed, but its footprint was uneven. Capitoline temples are known in some major cities, yet the standard triad was honoured mainly by officials and soldiers. Jupiter appears in many dedications and sometimes carries unfamiliar local titles, hinting that worshippers were mapping him onto older, indigenous powers. Mars likewise receives regional surnames, and the names of dedicators often suggest local origin rather than Roman identity. Minerva attracted devotion from artisans and craft workers, with professional groups placing themselves under her protection. Dedications to Asclepius and Venus often came from Greek communities, and some inscriptions preserve unusual Greek terms, used to describe statue adornment and ritual vessels. While the official cults advanced slowly, emperor worship grew rapidly in major centres. Augustus spent significant time in Spain and became associated in local memory with pacification and stability. An altar was raised to him at Tarraco during his lifetime, and after his death, the provincials pressed to build a full temple nearby, a model adopted in other provinces as well. These temples became gathering points for provincial councils. Over time, additional emperors were included, and towns appointed priests for the deified rulers, sometimes linking the cult to Rome itself and to the living emperor. Such devotion was not purely imposed from above. It was encouraged because it reinforced the authority of imperial decisions and gave distant populations a tangible image of central power. Greek and Punic cults under Roman rule effectively narrowed to a few dominant shrines. Near a Greek settlement on the eastern coast stood a major sanctuary of Artemis in her Ephesian form, known to Romans as Diana of Dianium. As patroness of the Greek colonies, she remained widely revered among both Greek settlers and neighbouring Iberian peoples. During the civil conflicts of the late Republic, rebels used the temple as an arsenal, and its importance endured for centuries, though later writers describe the surrounding district as falling into desolation. On the southern coast, certain sanctuaries of Juno appear to continue earlier, Punic centres devoted to Astarte. The same goddess, reintroduced from Africa under a new title, appears again in later centuries in major towns. Above all, the shrine of Hercules Melkarth at Gades remained a major religious focus for Romans and natives alike. Prominent Romans made vows there, and costly sacrifices continued in Phoenician style, even well into the imperial period. As late as the early 3rd century, a Roman governor was executed for consulting the oracle maintained at the site. Worship of Hercules in this local form also spread to other towns. Many temples flourished during the Antonine period, though earlier shrines appear on local coinage in several major cities. Some sanctuaries were famous, dedicated to Diana, to the sun and moon, or to Concord, while more modest rural shrines also existed. In at least one case, remains of a rustic sanctuary, decorated with hunting reliefs, suggest an early date, perhaps even before the Augustan Age. Eastern cults moving westward from Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt left visible traces in Spain. Though outside the rites of Isis, they seem less deeply rooted among native communities. Cybele, the Earth Mother from Asia, received some dedications. In one city, a guild associated with her and with Attis existed, blending civic roles with ritual identity. A Greek woman in Lisbon made an offering connected with specialized rites involving sacred vessels. A small number of inscriptions commemorate the taurobolium, the solemn sacrifice in which a bull was offered and the worshipper was ritually sprinkled with blood. One wealthy woman celebrated her birthday in this way, under the direction of the cult's leading priest. Another taurobolium was performed for the safety of an emperor who had favored a city, and in that ceremony a priestess of Isis supplied the ram offered to Attis. Cybele and Isis often stood together, sometimes sharing sanctuaries, and Isis could even receive titles identifying her as a mother of the gods. Isis herself became one of the most influential foreign deities in Spain. Her worship, linked with Serapis, Horus, Ammon and others, spread widely in large towns and was especially popular among women. The appeal lay in ritual splendor, purification, and the rhythm of daily prayer. In some contexts, Jupiter was linked with Ammon or Serapis, and the cult of Isis could be associated with devotion to Rome and Augustus. Spain's close ties with Africa helped this spread, and Isiac symbols appear frequently in Spanish material culture. Artifacts include lamps decorated with Egyptian figures and sculptures of Ammon, as a ram placed atop tomb monuments. Isis also served as patroness of slave associations in some cities. In one colony, she appears under a title connecting her with the protection of young women. One dedication describes an ornate statue of Isis covered in jewels, set up by a woman in memory of a granddaughter, transforming private grief into public devotion. Mithraism, a mystery cult built around a Persian ideal of virtue, truth, and light, was above all a religion of soldiers. In Spain, it never became as common as it did in frontier zones of the empire, largely because relatively few legionary units from distant provinces were stationed there for long periods. Even so, traces of the cult appear in several major cities. Inscriptions and dedications to Mithras, sometimes using honorific titles that emphasize his invincible power, have been found at Emerita, Malacca, Taraco, Italica, and a handful of other sites. Most of these dedications are tied to military men or people closely attached to military life, which fits the broader pattern seen across the Roman world. Emerita seems to have housed a true centre of Mithraic worship. Evidence points to a sanctuary built in the traditional style of the cult, a space designed to resemble a cave located to the east of the town. By the middle of the 2nd century, the community there was organised enough to have a senior ritual leader, and one dedication records a figure connected with the 7th Legion, setting up an altar to mark the birthday of the invincible god. This is the kind of formal, calendar-based observance expected in Mithraic circles, where sacred meals, grades of initiation, and tightly structured ceremonies played a central role. The spread of Mithraism into the western provinces was strengthened by Roman campaigns in the east, and the reign of Trajan, with its long military presence beyond the Mediterranean, likely helped carry Mithraic practices along the routes of soldiers, administrators, and camp followers. Later, another eastern movement reached Spain and left a different kind of footprint. The Basilidean form of Gnosticism, whose earliest roots lay far to the east before the Christian era, travelled westward through Syria and Egypt, and absorbed elements from multiple traditions along the way. By the 3rd and 4th centuries, it had gained real influence in parts of Spain, especially in the west and the north. Christian writers portrayed its advance in dramatic language, describing it as sweeping across the land from the Pyrenees to the Atlantic. The worldview it carried was stark. True knowledge was said to come not from public rites or civic cults, but from inner awakening. The universe was explained through secret names and formulas, and the enlightened person was imagined as someone who possessed the correct words of power and understood the hidden structure of reality. Material existence was treated as a fallen state, a weakening of spirit into substance, and the goal of life was described as a return upward toward the original source, a supreme principle that emanated lesser powers and, at certain moments, sent a saving figure into the world. Spain does not preserve many detailed written accounts describing how these doctrines played out in daily life. Yet the material evidence is hard to ignore. Amulets, engraved stones, and rings appear from time to time, with a notable concentration in the region around Asturica. Some carry striking formulas that fuse divine names from different traditions into a single claim of unity. One ring declares that Zeus, Serapis, and a mysterious power called Iao are one, collapsing Greek and Egyptian divine language into a single Gnostic statement. Another, shaped with multiple faces, bears Greek letters arranged to express a sacred title connected with wisdom and cosmic origins. A carved stone shows a ritual candelabrum accompanied by the sun and moon and 5 visible planets, forming a 7-fold pattern that reflects an older Eastern astronomical sacred number. Finds like these suggest a spiritual marketplace where older Mediterranean gods, Eastern cosmic symbolism, and new religious ideas blended into private protective objects, meant to be worn on the body. From religion and mystery cults, the story shifts into the urban landscape of Spain itself, and into a city whose identity was shaped by Punic power before Rome made it its own. New Carthage was among the last major Punic foundations in the peninsula. It is associated with Hasdrubal, linked by marriage to the Barca family, and it was planted in a position chosen for strength. The settlement rose on a hill, with only a narrow stretch of flat ground separating it from the head of a gulf that formed a natural harbour. An island helped shield the anchorage. To the north lay fertile valleys associated with the Iberian conquest. To the south and west, mountains pressed close, creating a landscape both defensible and contained. The site was designed with military logic. Its natural strength made it an ideal arsenal, and its location, close to the routes crossing from Africa, meant it could serve as the main landing point for reinforcements. It also functioned as an export hub for agricultural produce and mineral wealth, funneling goods back toward the Punic heartland. When Scipio captured the city during the Second Punic War, it did not lose its strategic role. Instead, it became a major administrative centre for Roman Spain, at least in the early period. Although Tarraco later overtook it in prestige, New Carthage remained a frequent winter residence for Roman governors and the head of a major judicial district. Dozens of towns were tied to it through legal administration, bringing petitions and cases to its courts. Its connectivity reinforced this importance. A major state road linked it outward toward Gaul and Italy, and its harbour was among the best on Spain's Mediterranean coast. It also sat near famous silver mines that, in earlier centuries, were said to produce an extraordinary daily yield. Even after that silver wealth declined, the city remained an important trading exchange positioned between sea routes and the internal markets of the peninsula. The survival of a relatively large number of Republican inscriptions from this city is a sign of its early significance, since few other Spanish towns preserve so much evidence from that period. Formal colonial rank arrived later, when the city received a new Roman name and status. But Italian residents were likely present long before, dating from the generation of Roman conquest. A small Punic element also persisted. Dedications to Hercules in his local form appear, and some personal names in the inscriptions still point toward older Phoenician connections. The landscape around the city supported industries that tied it tightly to the Mediterranean economy. Nearby hills were thick with esparto grass, cultivated on a large scale since Punic times. This crop became so strongly associated with the region that it influenced later names for the area. Another major industry was fishing and the preservation of fish, especially the mackerel that swarmed near the harbour. The nearby island even acquired a name reflecting this abundance, and the people who worked the sea organised themselves into a professional association, much like the fishing guilds known from the port towns of Italy. Ancient authors describe a Punic sanctuary on a high promontory dedicated to a healing god identified by Greeks and Romans, with Asclepius, while another hill held the residence built by Hasdrubal, functioning as a palace or governor's seat. Under Roman rule, the city was fortified with strong walls, and it developed a dense set of public buildings. A round amphitheatre with multiple tiers of seating has been explored in modern excavations, and traces of painted decoration were found on its walls. Excavators also brought to light parts of the forum buried deep below later levels, including a marble pavement laid in large blocks without mortar, along with reliefs, statues and column bases. Among older monuments, one structure stands out for its unusual design. A tall, pyramidal tower built as a commemorative work connected with Scipio. It rises more than 40 feet on a heavy pedestal and is constructed in a checker pattern of dark and light stone. Local tradition later gave it a nickname based on its sealed appearance, since it lacks doors and windows, turning it into a kind of silent landmark, rather than a usable building. The city's coinage began under Augustus and did not last long, but it is varied enough to show what mattered to the local authorities. Many coins carry the emperor's portrait, while the reverse imagery draws on priestly and civic symbols, including ritual implements, olive branches, and temple facades that point to the municipal cult of the ruler. Some issues even include the names of North African royal figures who held honorary civic office in the town, a reminder of how closely Spain's southeast remained linked to Africa by trade, movement, and politics. Eastern cults also found receptive ground here. One inscription refers to a festival of Cybele, featuring dances and celebrated under municipal authority. In the surrounding area, statues of Apis and other Egyptian gods have been recovered, and the coin imagery sometimes displays unmistakably Isiac symbols, merging local civic identity with the broader religious fashions of the empire. Yet despite these advantages, the city's prominence faded over time. It did not sit at the heart of the later imperial road network, and inscriptions from the 2nd and 3rd centuries become relatively scarce. Administrative reforms in the late empire briefly restored its importance when it became the head of a province once again. But violent disruption followed. In the 5th century, it suffered heavily during Vandal incursions. Later, rebuilding occurred under Byzantine control, only for the city to be destroyed again in the 7th century. And its next true revival came after the Arab conquest reshaped the political map of the region. From this declining harbour city, attention turns inland to Córdoba, a place whose story combines military settlement, political turbulence, and a striking rise in cultural prestige. Córdoba began as a town of the Turduli and stood on a hill above the Baitis at the point where the river first became navigable. This location gave it immediate strategic and commercial value, linking inland routes with river traffic moving toward the coast. It was among the earliest Spanish cities to undergo deep Romanization, and veterans were settled there in the 2nd century before Christ. The city also faced war early in its Roman period, resisting attacks from Western raiders, and later it was drawn into the bitter rivalries of the late Republic. Its political instincts tended toward the aristocratic side. In one episode, a Roman commander celebrated an inflated triumph there after a minor success, staging public displays of victory that later observers treated with open irony. During the civil wars, Cordoba backed the losing side against Caesar, then endured harsh governance under a Roman official whose rule became notorious. When power shifted again, the city suffered a massacre carried out by the victors. These shocks did not erase the community, but they shaped its civic memory and sharpened its local pride. By the 1st century before Christ, Cordoba had also become one of the intellectual centres of Roman Spain. Poets and rhetoricians were active, and by the age of Augustus, the city could sustain serious literary education. Within a relatively short span, it produced a remarkable concentration of writers, teachers, and public speakers. Figures whose careers showed that provincial Spain could compete culturally with older Mediterranean centres. That reputation for learning created a long echo in later centuries, when Islamic Cordoba would become famous as a beacon of scholarship in a darker age. The citizens also carried a strong local patriotism well into the period of decline, displayed dramatically when the city resisted a Visigothic king with unusual determination. Roman elites found the region attractive. Country estates spread through the suburbs, and wealthy owners treated the area as a fashionable seasonal retreat. The most imposing buildings lay in the southern district, and several temples were built in richly coloured stone. One sanctuary, dedicated to Janus, later gave its site to the great mosque that would become the architectural symbol of Moorish Cordoba. Little survives above ground from the Roman city, partly because later destruction and rebuilding reused or removed older materials. The mosque itself incorporated many Roman columns of coloured marble. A bridge across the Guadalquivir preserves Roman foundations and buttresses, and the remains of an aqueduct show how water was carried from hills miles away. Segments of the ancient walls and the defensive ditch are still traceable. Excavations have revealed parts of a major administrative complex once used for legal business, including stairs made from expensive red and yellow marble. The amphitheatre is mostly lost, but scattered architectural fragments continue to appear: column drums, carved garlands, a black marble well head, and small bronze figures with Egyptian themes. The city's coins belong mainly to the reign of Augustus and display high artistic quality. Common types include Venus on one side and Cupid on the other, holding symbols of fertility and prosperity. Other issues show military standards and priestly emblems, and many carry a legend indicating that the coinage was struck with imperial permission. Cordoba's economy remained strong for centuries, supported by fertile land, access by river and road, nearby mining districts, and trade in famous wool and olive oil prized across the empire. Later references become thinner after the 1st century as Hispalis rose in importance, perhaps because the mines near Cordoba declined and the rival city's access to seaborne trade proved more advantageous. Christian life eventually became visible in the historical record, with the city gaining a notable church and producing many martyrs during the persecutions of the early 4th century. Its bishop later appears among the leaders who signed important church decisions in Spain, suggesting that the community had become organized and influential by the time imperial persecution gave way to imperial patronage. Emerita, another key city of Roman Spain, followed a different path. Founded as a military colony under Augustus in the late 1st century before Christ, it was placed on a low hill by the Anas River in a position that linked provinces and routes. Veterans from 2 legions formed the nucleus of the settlement. The intention was not simply to build a fortress, but to spread Roman customs and develop a region that had been thinly populated. Over time, the colony evolved into a major commercial and administrative centre. Traders, immigrants, and specialists arrived, including Greeks, Italians, and Africans, and inscriptions reveal a lively world of professions and beliefs. The landscape remained productive, known for olives, dyes, and a rich agricultural base. The city's Roman remains are exceptionally rich because later centuries did not bury it under continuous urban expansion. Bridges, aqueducts, theatres, and entertainment complexes still trace the outlines of an imperial city built with confidence. Its religious life was equally varied, with dedications ranging from Roman state gods to local and Eastern cults. Christianity eventually took root strongly as well, and local devotion to a famous martyr turned the city into a place of pilgrimage. Legends grew around her shrine, describing signs in nature that marked anniversaries and promised prosperity. And these stories helped protect the city's monuments in later conquests, by wrapping the old stone in sacred meaning. Farther south, on the Atlantic edge, the story reaches the ancient island city of Gades, whose foundation was tied to Phoenician expansion and the pull of the Western Sea. Tradition describes settlers from Tyre guided by an oracle to the region near the Pillars of Hercules. Early attempts to establish themselves failed, first along the coast east of the Straits, then on an island nearer the entrance, perhaps because local resistance was too strong. A later expedition pushed farther west and occupied a long, narrow island in Tartessian territory, close to the mouth of a river branch that has since shifted and dried. This settlement was established in an era so early that it predates the foundation of Carthage and even stands alongside the oldest Phoenician colonies of the Western Mediterranean. An attempt by Etruscans to gain a foothold in the region was driven off, and the Gaditans went on to build a powerful export economy, turning their position at the ocean's threshold into a lasting source of wealth and influence. After the Carthaginians took control, Gades slipped into a quieter phase. Yet its brightest era may actually have come early under Roman influence. During the Second Punic War, the city aligned itself with Rome through diplomacy rather than conquest. In 212 BC, Lucius Marcius, a senior centurion who stepped forward after the deaths of the Scipio commanders, secured a formal friendship with Gades. When the war ended, the Gaditans argued that they had never been subdued by Roman arms and therefore deserved to remain free. The Roman Senate accepted that claim, and Gazids entered the Roman system with an unusual status and a strong sense of autonomy. In 78 BC, the relationship was set down in a formal treaty, confirmed at Rome, and it included strict rules designed to keep the two communities distinct. Even citizenship could not be exchanged casually. No one from either side was meant to become a citizen of the other, unless the original community approved it through its own public assembly. Around this period, Gades also became the administrative head of a legal district, drawing surrounding towns into its orbit for judicial business. Julius Caesar's connection with the city gave its story a sharper Roman edge. As a young official, he visited Gades, and was remembered for a dream that later writers treated as prophetic. A private scene that was interpreted as a sign of future supremacy in Roman politics. Later, as a senior magistrate, he pushed the city further toward Roman municipal habits. Gades had long been governed by its own traditional magistrates, and many older practices still reflected Punic law and custom. Caesar introduced a more Roman civic framework, not by flooding the place with Italian colonists, but by reshaping local governance. During the Civil War, the city paid a heavy price. A Pompeian commander stripped sacred wealth from temples, and the humiliation left a scar. After Caesar's victory in Spain, the treasure was restored, and the city received municipal rights. An important turning point because it showed Rome granting a full civic upgrade to a non-Italian community without needing to transplant a new population to make it Roman. Under Caesar, the city was given an honorific title. Under Augustus, its status was reinforced again, and its civic identity became openly tied to the new imperial order. By then, Gades had already absorbed much of the Atlantic commerce once dominated by Carthage, especially after Carthage's destruction in 146 BC. Greeks arrived in significant numbers, drawn by profits and maritime networks, and the city's harbour culture became a meeting place of languages and trading styles. Even in the early empire, Gades held on to a remarkable share of the Atlantic trade connecting Europe and Africa. Wealthy ship owners launched large ocean-going vessels, while smaller operators used lighter craft nicknamed horses, a reference to a Phoenician symbol painted on prows. These boats pushed south along the African coastline on fishing and trading journeys, reaching far beyond the familiar Mediterranean circuits. To the north, they ranged toward Gaul and Britain, linking the outer seas to Roman demand. Rome itself remained a constant market. Grain, salted fish, and goods brought in from the African coast circulated through Gaditan hands, and the city's richest merchants became visible across the Mediterranean world. Ancient writers like to tell stories that captured this restless mobility. A citizen travelling all the way to Italy simply to see a famous historian, or silver vessels bearing Gaditan names turning up at an Etrurian spa, likely left as thank offerings after a cure. Yet the reputation of Gades was not only commercial. Romans often imagined it as a place of polished pleasure and expensive habits, the kind of luxury that outsiders associated with the Eastern Mediterranean and with long-standing Semitic traditions. Performers travelled from Gades to Italy in large numbers, especially dancers and castanet players, feeding Roman appetite for exotic entertainment. The city was celebrated for music, particularly the festive and flirtatious styles that Roman poets loved to hint at. Even later, nicknames given to the city, titles implying joyfulness and wit, echo an older image already circulating in the imperial age. The urban shape of Gades reinforced this character. The original settlement on the island was compact and functioned less like a dense residential metropolis, and more like a nerve centre for politics, contracts, and shipping. Many citizens spent long stretches at sea. Others lived or worked across the channel on the mainland, where broad estates and unusually rich pasture lands supported the city's elite. By the time of the Augustan census, Gades was said to contain one of the largest concentrations of wealth in the empire. The number of equestrians, a social rank tied to property and status, was astonishingly high, rivaled in Italy only by Rome and one or two exceptional cities. Holding civic office there became a public honour, even for foreign royalty. A North African king accepted the role of senior magistrate in the city as a distinction, an act that revealed how far Gaditan prestige could travel. When ancient authors listed the city's notable buildings, 3 sites repeatedly surfaced. Across the water on the mainland stood an arsenal built through the fortune of a leading citizen, designed to speed the construction and fitting out of merchant fleets. Near the city itself rose a temple of Baal Saturn. At the far end of the island stood the great sanctuary of Melkarth, the Phoenician Hercules, a place wrapped in stories that fascinated visitors. In that temple, the god was not represented by a statue in the usual Greco-Roman style. Instead, two bronze pillars stood as the central objects of awe, and they were treated by some as the true Pillars of Hercules, rivaling the famous cliffs at the Straits. The sanctuary was also linked to wonders, wells that seemed to rise and fall in ways that defied the tides, and a strange tree with drooping branches and long, blade-like leaves. Legends claimed that if a branch was snapped, it bled milk, and that cutting the roots released a vermilion fluid, imagined as the blood of a monster buried beneath. Ritual rules added to the atmosphere. Women were excluded from the inner space. Worshippers wore white linen, offered incense without belts, went barefoot, kept their hair closely cropped, and maintained a perpetual fire on the hearth. The sacrifices offered there were described as unusually splendid, and the endurance of the building's timber was treated as a miracle in itself. The god's protection was also woven into heroic tales. One story described an attack by a local king named Theron, with a naval battle unfolding offshore. In the middle of the fight, fire broke out among the Tartessian ships, and survivors later claimed they had seen lions standing on the prows of the Phoenician vessels. At the same time, rays of light appeared to strike and consume the enemy fleet, like the radiant lines artists drew around the heads of solar gods. In the city's imagination, divine favour and maritime victory belonged together. Even the civic landscape carried symbolic altars, dedicated not only to major gods, but to abstract forces, old age, poverty, artistic skill, the year and the month, suggesting a worldview in which every rhythm of life had a spiritual address. Greek travellers, thrilled by the unfamiliar Atlantic environment, layered the city with further marvels. People were said to sing hymns to death. The dying were imagined as unable to pass away when the tide was full, needing submarine winds to loosen the spirit. Nightfall and sunrise were described as arriving with dramatic suddenness. Such claims reveal less about physical reality than about the Mediterranean mindset encountering tides and oceanic scale, phenomena that never ceased to astonish those raised on calmer inland seas. Over time, however, Gades began to lose its commercial advantage. New harbours on the Mediterranean coast pulled traffic eastward, closer to Italy and to the empire's main routes. Roads improved, and regions once reached most easily by ship could now be approached overland. Atlantic dominance no longer guaranteed centrality. The city never became a bishop's seat, and ecclesiastical authority in the region centred elsewhere. By the eve of Visigothic power, it had already shrunk dramatically, its earlier status preserved more in memory and literature than in living institutions. Modern Cadiz, large and continuously inhabited, sits over much of the ancient footprint, and parts of the old shoreline have vanished beneath the sea. That is why Roman remains are scattered and fragmentary. An ancient bridge once linked the island to the mainland on a vast line of arches, though later rebuilding altered it heavily. Sections of a road leading inland toward Cordoba can still be traced, and remnants of an aqueduct survive, a reminder that the city once drew water from far away. At exceptionally low tides, foundations near the old sanctuary site have sometimes been glimpsed. Underground discoveries still occur: buried chambers, ornaments of gold, rings, necklaces, and occasionally anthropoid sarcophagi, shaped like human figures in a Phoenician style. The coins tell a parallel story. Earlier issues favour Hercules on the front, paired on the reverse with astronomical symbols, or fish, reflecting both religion and the sea. Under Rome, the head of Hercules remains, but imperial names are added, and naval imagery becomes common, including decorative stern emblems and, at times, a reference to the famous pillars of the temple. the city's cultural output was also remembered with pride. A philosopher associated with Pythagorean thought came from Gades, and poets of wide-ranging skill were celebrated by contemporaries. An agricultural writer whose work later became a classic belonged to the same milieu. Most famous of all were two men from a single family line, the Balbi, whose careers show how a Gaditan could move from Atlantic commerce into the core of Roman power. The elder Balbus, once defended in court by Cicero, had been granted Roman citizenship through high-level patronage in recognition of service to the Roman state. Yet the legal foundations of that citizenship could be challenged if the proper approvals back home had not been secured, and political enemies tried to use that technical weakness against him. The case became a public test of status and legitimacy, and the acquittal preserved both Balbus's position and the city's influence. He later held senior roles in Caesar's military system, acquired property in Italy, cultivated learning, and moved comfortably among elite circles. Balbus eventually reached the highest civic honour in Rome itself, the first man of provincial origin to do so, and he invested heavily in public buildings and spectacles, leaving gifts to the Roman populace that matched the generosity expected of great patrons. The younger Balbus followed with an even more dramatic profile. He is remembered as the only provincial, aside from emperors, to celebrate a formal triumph. After success against desert peoples in North Africa, he governed key regions and returned benefits to his home city, expanding its infrastructure and even building a second settlement beside it. Like his uncle, he wrote and sponsored culture, including a historical drama drawn from episodes in his own life, staged for public entertainment at Gades. From there, the narrative reaches Italica, the earliest Roman veteran settlement in Spain, founded in 206 BC near Hispalis, on the western bank of the Baetis. Over centuries it evolved from a loosely organised community into a municipium, hosting more veterans and occasionally serving as a governor's residence. The city later became famous as the birthplace of emperors, above all Trajan and Hadrian, and it benefited from imperial favour. In late antiquity, it declined into near ruin, briefly revived for strategic reasons during Visigothic conflicts, and then faded again, leaving behind an amphitheatre and scattered architectural fragments, unearthed in fields. Tarraco, by contrast, rose as Rome's principal gateway to Spain. Perched high above the sea, it began as a native stronghold, then became the first major Roman base after the landing of Scipio in 218 BC. From there, Rome could push south and west while maintaining a coastal line toward Gaul. Colonial status and an engineered harbour made it the capital of the province, and its inscriptions far outnumber those of other Spanish towns, reflecting deep administrative life. Emperors wintered there, armies passed through, and the cult of Augustus took architectural form in a grand temple complex whose imagery spread onto local coinage. Tarraco exported wine, flax, and pottery, and built massive entertainment structures, a circus, amphitheatre, and theatre, along with aqueducts and monumental tombs. Yet even this city suffered in the 3rd century under raids and insecurity, losing commercial weight to rivals closer to the main entry routes into Spain, while the late imperial state gradually shifted its centres of gravity elsewhere. Tracing the literary wave that rose in Roman Spain is surprisingly difficult, not because the movement was small, but because the surviving evidence is uneven. What can be seen, however, is a pattern. In the age of Caesar and Augustus, a strong cultural current takes shape in Baetica, later spreads into central and northern districts, and then fades early in the 2nd century. Spain often receives its first push from outside, ideas arriving through Rome and the wider Latin world. And when the conditions are right, the result is a quick flowering. The same pattern carries its own weakness. Once the first surge of fresh themes is spent, writers begin to compensate with technique. Language becomes sharper, more clever, more polished, and sometimes more strained. Thought becomes more delicate, more subtle, more intent on effect. Maturity arrives fast, and decline can arrive just as fast, not from a lack of talent, but from a kind of intellectual fatigue. Few families illustrate this arc more clearly than the three generations associated with the Aenean name. The father, who collects and judges the rhetoric of his era. The philosopher's son, who turns moral reflection into a public art. And the grandson, whose brilliance burns in a highly trained, highly pressurized style. There were many Spanish-born authors in this period, and at first glance they do not seem to share one uniform national stamp. Some write technical handbooks, some become so fully integrated into Roman culture that their origins almost disappear behind their Latin. Yet certain habits keep returning. One of the strongest is a taste for dramatization. Even when a work is not formally a play, the writer often tries to step aside and let scenes act themselves out through speeches, quick anecdotes, and vivid set pieces. Characters are sketched in a few bold strokes. Situations are made to flare into life as if the reader were watching rather than being told. This instinct survives even inside the rhetorical school culture of the early empire, a culture that was becoming increasingly artificial because public political life had narrowed and real oratory had fewer outlets. In spite of the theatrical training, Spanish writers can sometimes compress a whole judgment into a single line, with a force that others would spread across a paragraph. A remark about Caesar's unstoppable drive, or a perfectly balanced sentence that captures a leader's strength and moral failure at once, shows a knack for striking the core of an issue without long explanation. That gift reaches one of its purest forms in the epigram, where a single sentence must carry the weight of an entire scene. Alongside this vividness sits a second tendency that can weaken the overall effect. A fascination with minute detail, especially in darker material. Minor episodes can be overworked. Descriptions can dwell too long on the physical surface of horror. Pathos can become exaggerated and start to feel unreal, as if the writer is working harder to create emotion than the situation itself requires. This is not limited to one genre. Tragedy lingers on self-mutilation and ritual cruelty. Epic poetry pauses to inventory the battlefield after the fighting has ended. Moral writing can become almost obsessed with the body's suffering. There are writers who expose the depths of Roman social corruption with frightening clarity, and others who describe the torments of Christian martyrs so intensely that the reader's attention is pulled away from the inner strength and the cause itself. The same impulse that creates cinematic vividness can also produce a kind of overlit cruelty, where the eye is forced to stare longer than it needs to. Education provides the infrastructure behind this entire scene. The earliest formal experiment remembered in the sources is a school established at Osca during the Sertorian period. But the deeper story is broader. Greek colonies had already brought access to Greek language and thought, and Greek teachers could be found when towns had the money to hire them. Greek grammarians and rhetoricians appear in the record across southern Spain, and they were not rare curiosities. A teacher could spend a lifetime instructing students in Greek learning and be commemorated in the city where he taught. Greek rhetorical specialists appear in port towns where trade kept the cultural door open. Private tutors, often enslaved or freed and frequently Greek, taught children inside households. Most towns had teachers of literature, and the larger towns supported rhetoricians who trained future advocates. Philosophical instruction existed too, though it often travelled under the broader umbrella of rhetoric. Teachers mainly lived from student fees, and occasionally a municipality paid a salary to keep a public instructor in place. The imperial government did not lead this system. Learning in Spain expanded because local society was willing to use it once it was available. The everyday Latin found on non-official inscriptions is often competent, which suggests that the educational habit had sunk into ordinary civic life. Even the scattered remains of a schoolroom can hint at the curriculum. A tile scratched with the opening lines of a famous epic, likely the model for a writing exercise, brings a classroom moment back to life in a single object. Córdoba stands out as one of the earliest and most influential centres in this literary landscape. Latin poets appear there already in the late Republican period. A figure such as Porcius Latro becomes a symbol of the new scholastic rhetoric. Rhetoric trained not in the rough pressure of political assemblies, but in controlled exercises, staged cases, and public declamation. He leaves Spain for Rome early in Augustus's reign and becomes a celebrated teacher, whose students include major poets. Listeners are said to have sat in silence simply to hear him, instead of practicing their own speeches, which hints at how star-like a rhetorician could become. Yet the same man, brilliant in performance, can fail in real litigation. When asked to plead an actual case back in a Spanish court, he collapses so completely that the judge, out of respect for his reputation, agrees to move the proceedings into the rhetorician's familiar environment, as if reality had to be reshaped to fit the training. Around him appear other Cordoban speakers who influence taste at Rome itself, including figures who push back against the growing inflation of style and try to keep the craft anchored to clarity and proportion. Spanish-born intellectuals also move into Roman cultural administration. A freedman scholar, rising under Augustus, can be placed at the head of a major library and produce works of biography, history, and genealogy. Later texts that circulate under his name show how easily authorship could blur across generations, with reputations being reused or expanded long after the original figure had died. At the centre of this story stands the elder Seneca, born into a wealthy equestrian family at Córdoba in the late Republic. His early education begins at home, and the civil wars complicate the usual path that would have taken a young man to Rome sooner. When he finally arrives in the capital after Cicero's death, he enters a world where rhetorical performance has become the main highway of higher education. He is not best understood as a professional teacher earning fees, but as a man of means who devotes himself to observing the craft, listening to speakers, comparing styles, judging methods, and collecting what he hears. He spends years back in Córdoba, marries into high status, and raises 3 sons who all become notable in different ways. Eventually he returns to Rome, listens to famous orators, already old by then, and later addresses to his sons a series of recollections that preserve the rhetorical culture of previous decades. He also writes a historical work that is now lost, covering the era from the outbreak of civil war, a subject that would have mattered deeply to someone watching public speech shrink under the empire. He dies before the exile that later strikes his philosopher son. The elder Seneca's personality comes through most clearly in the framing sections of his work, where he steps out from behind quotation and summary. The tone is plain and direct, closer to private letters than to the ornamental public style of the early empire. There is an old-fashioned gravity in his judgments, the attitude of a man who admires republican virtues and is not impressed by glossy display. He condemns moral corruption and the degradation he sees in society, including changes in public behaviour that he treats as symptoms of deeper decay. He laments the weakening of free speech and the punishment of thought through state action, including the official destruction of writings that displease those in power. Greek rhetoricians and the cultural fashions associated with them are criticized too, not from ignorance, but from a belief that imported cleverness can accelerate decline. His greatest value is practical. He shows how rhetorical training functioned as the core of elite education under Augustus and Tiberius. With an unusually strong memory and a disciplined sense of method, he aims to map how professional speakers argued their cases over roughly 60 years. Two major categories organize his preserved material. One deals with advisory problems framed around historical or mythological figures, where a speaker must argue what should be done in a moment of choice. Another deals with complex legal disputes, where arguments can be built on both sides. The themes are often artificial, the sort of cases that would never arise in ordinary life. Many are deliberately unpleasant, as if the schoolroom craved extremes, yet they are also safely apolitical, designed to avoid the danger of confronting the government too directly. Sometimes only outlines survive, with no attribution to particular speakers. The reports are not verbatim transcripts, but the range of styles still suggests that he is not simply inventing everything. Collections of declamations existed and could be drawn upon, and later, compilations show echoes and overlaps that hint at a shared tradition. The quoted language is frequently sharp and epigrammatic, shaped for effect, the kind of phrasing that later influences both Lucan's epic and the tragedies associated with the younger Seneca. Yet the elder Seneca's own digressions and judgments often rise above the classroom material, providing a sober commentary on an age that trained brilliance while narrowing truth. His most famous son, the philosopher Seneca, is born at Cordoba as well, but belongs more to Rome than to Spain. He comes to the capital early and appears to have little direct contact with his birthplace afterward. References to Spain are rare and often tied to exile, when memory sharpens. In one work addressed to his mother, he compares Corsican language and dress to those of certain Spanish tribes. In another set of verses associated with that period, he imagines Cordoba mourning for its poet, stranded on a harsh rock. But his life unfolds inside Roman politics and Roman intellectual life. He becomes a moderate Stoic, avoiding the most extreme paradoxes of that school. And he is not a pedant. He writes with a talent for pointed phrasing and vivid anecdote, qualities that make his philosophy accessible and memorable. He is not a creator of new systems, and he is not a deep metaphysician. Yet, his moral voice carries a genuine religious intensity that is rare in ancient ethical writing. The ideals he describes do not lean on the traditional Roman pantheon. They point toward a more inward conception of the divine and of conscience, an attitude that also resonates with the spiritual seriousness spreading in the Western world through Stoicism and other Eastern-influenced currents. In youth, he is drawn toward ascetic habits associated with Pythagorean discipline. Later, accusations of wealth cling to his name, and his own era makes it difficult for any public figure to remain untainted by suspicion. Yet his writings often feel like the work of someone seeking relief from corruption through study, control of the self, and the cultivation of reason. A search sharpened by chronic ill health. His prose, like much of his time, bears the mark of rhetorical training. There is a constant drive to make a point strike, to twist familiar words into unexpected contexts, to hammer a single idea through repeated phrasing that shifts slightly each time. Critics compare this to a performer juggling the same stones in endless new patterns. Beyond the moral treatises and letters, he composes works on natural phenomena drawn largely from Stoic sources, including a major thinker known for blending philosophy with science. These books become influential in later centuries, because they offer the ancient world's most readable attempts to explain nature in a moralized frame. He also produces a fierce satire aimed at the emperor who once exiled him, written in a mixed style of prose and verse, a work that uses exaggeration and ridicule with sharp precision. It has the bite of epigram and the wild energy of older comic traditions. The tragedies transmitted under his name contribute less to his philosophical reputation, yet they shape European drama for centuries. Their plots are borrowed from Greek models, their language carries echoes of Latin love poetry, and the emotional temperature is relentlessly high. Characters blur into a shared frenzy as if the entire world is stuck at the same boiling point. Gods of the underworld are invoked constantly. Horror piles on horror, and the language strains to express feelings that seem too large to be real. Still, the workmanship is undeniable. The structure is polished, the lines are clever, and the overall form becomes a template for later classical dramatists in France and Italy, who find in these plays a model for rhetoric-driven tragedy. Lucan, the grandson of the elder Seneca, belongs to the next stage of the movement. He too is born at Cordoba, but is taken to Rome almost immediately, and spends his short life between Italy and Greece. He dies at 25 by his own hand, leaving behind an unfinished epic and fragments of other poetry, the ruins of a much larger ambition. His background pulls him toward senatorial nostalgia. Corduba had suffered in civil conflict, and the family's sympathies align with the remnants of the old elite, carrying resentment toward the new order. His epic is therefore haunted by grief for a republican system that was already failing before it fell, and by anger at the violence and instability that followed. Living at Rome, he witnesses the worst forms of personal rule, and the tension grows sharper when the emperor's jealousy blocks him from public performance. Surrounded by wealth and honour, yet constrained by the court's moods, Lucan pours his skill into an epic that often reads like a series of brilliant speeches arranged in narrative form. The poem lacks what traditional epic usually provides. There is no steady plotline pulling the reader forward, no single heroic centre of gravity, no finished ending to release the accumulated tension. Yet, it is an astonishing act of talent under pressure, the product of real genius accelerated by rhetorical schooling into premature richness. Ancient critics say it is better suited to be imitated by orators than by poets, and that judgment captures something essential about it. The poem excels in aphorisms and weighty single lines that compress an argument into a memorable blow. It shifts quickly from emotion to anger, from scenic description to scientific aside, from narrative into a kind of public lecturing voice. For its time, it handles geography and astronomy with confidence, likely drawn from manuals but used skillfully. Yet the language of poetry was already overworked in that age, and the demand to sound new forces Lucan into strained paraphrase, heightened exaggeration, and a deliberate search for unfamiliar turns of phrase. At its best, the poem paints scenes with startling force, selecting the picturesque detail that makes an image stick. At its worst, it drowns itself in lists, catalogues, and badly timed enumerations of atrocities. The spiritual atmosphere of the epic is equally revealing. Traditional divine machinery is avoided. The gods do not descend to settle battles. The dominant mood is fatalism, with destiny and necessity pressing down on human action. Superstitions and omens appear not as sincere theology but as dramatic tools, and some of the most memorable episodes are built around them. A visit to an oracle and the scene of necromancy involving a terrifying witch push the poem into a dark, visionary register. Under the influence of wider Eastern religious currents, familiar underworld figures are transformed into something far more savage than their Greek counterparts, and the horror becomes almost ritualistic, as if the poem is opening a doorway to a different kind of sacred fear. This is where Lucan's rhetorical training becomes most dangerous and most effective. It can turn dread into spectacle, with an intensity that later readers struggle to forget. His greatest strength remains the sententious line, the compact statement that ends a long passage by delivering its meaning like a verdict. Such lines have a clean, pointed force that suggests how naturally his gift could have flowed into shorter forms such as epigram if it had been freed from the obligations of epic. Technically, his verse is correct, but it becomes formal and predictable. The flexible rhythm and subtle variety of earlier epic give way to a smoother, recital-friendly hexameter with fixed pauses, minimal elision, and a sound designed to win applause in a reading hall. This is the kind of line that will dominate later satire and later epic, effective in performance but less alive on the page. As a poet of Spain, he offers little direct local colour. Each book shifts to a new landscape, and when the poem reaches the Spanish campaign near Ilerda, the description feels informed by historical narratives rather than by personal familiarity. A flood, the misery of troops separated from water while staring at it, the cruel irony of geography, all are painted vividly, yet the region is more a stage than a homeland. Alongside these major literary figures appear Spanish authors who move into other fields. Pomponius Mela produces a geographical handbook around the middle of the 1st century. He presents himself as coming from a coastal settlement connected to Phoenician movement across the straits, a background that fits his strong interest in shores and sea routes. His descriptions are brief and coastal focused, and his language is coloured by the rhetorical habits of his time. He sometimes forces grammar into sharp effects, building epigrammatic phrases rather than calm explanation. And he even complains about how little room geography gives for eloquence, a revealing complaint for someone trained to make every subject sound like a speech. Later, writers use his work as a convenient summary. For regions better known to Romans, it can be broadly accurate, and it shows small advances over earlier authorities in certain points, such as a clearer understanding of mountain ranges and coastlines. Yet, it remains a compendium rather than a measured scientific survey. Distances are largely ignored. Old ethnographic tales are repeated. Fantastic creatures and remote myths are inserted alongside genuine coastal detail. Not because the author believes them all, but because such wonders were part of what readers expected from a tour of the edges of the world. Columella represents another path. Born at Gades during Augustus's reign and raised by a grandfather skilled in practical farming, he carries provincial knowledge into a Roman tone that feels almost conservative. He serves in Syria as a military officer, then settles in Italy and manages estates near Rome. He knows leading intellectual figures of the age, yet his language avoids many fashionable distortions, partly because the subject itself anchors him. A manual on agriculture cannot survive on verbal fireworks alone. He reads earlier agricultural writers, absorbs history and philosophy, and allows older Latin echoes to colour his prose without turning it into imitation. The voice sounds like that of a Roman of the old stamp, even though the author is provincially born. He complains about the dishonesty of lawyers, the humiliations of client dependents, and the way urban life with its spectacles seduces citizens away from the hard competence of vineyards and fields. His work moves steadily through the full range of farming activity. How to choose land, how to handle trees, herds, birds, animal parks, and the management responsibilities of the farmer's household. One section on gardening is written in verse as a respectful nod to an earlier poetic model, and the author is modest about the result. The poetry is serviceable rather than dazzling. the overall viewpoint remains practical. The countryside is not treated as a landscape for aesthetic worship, but as a living system that rewards attention, discipline, and skill. The first figures in this story came from the sunlit south, where Roman ways had taken root earliest. But the last two major voices produced during Spain's brief moment of literary dominance came from farther north, from the rougher districts of the Hither province. That shift matters. It shows Roman culture spreading beyond the richest coastal and river valleys, reaching towns that had once been known less for polished speech than for stubborn resistance. One of those northern voices was Quintilian. He was born at Caligoris, a small Iberian town on the upper Ebro. The place had an intense reputation. During the final phase of the Sertorian revolt, it held out longer than almost anyone, pushing resistance to desperate extremes before surrendering to Rome. In time, the town received municipal status, and by the middle of the 1st century, its most famous son was on his way to the capital. Quintilian, born around the middle of the 1st century, was taken to Rome while still young by his father, who taught rhetoric there. That early move placed him in the presence of the best-known speakers and teachers of the age. He listened, absorbed, watched how reputations were made, and learned the difference between a clever performance and a truly persuasive mind at work. For a short period he returned home, practicing law and teaching in his own region. That local career, however, did not remain local for long. Galba, then commanding in the Tarraconensian province, noticed his talent. When Galba later marched toward imperial power, Quintilian travelled with him to Rome, and from that point his rise was steady. He became a celebrated advocate, so prominent that one of his speeches was delivered on behalf of Berenice, the Jewish queen whose presence at Rome attracted both fascination and gossip. Under Vespasian, he received something unprecedented: a state-funded appointment as an official teacher of rhetoric, the first of its kind. After roughly a decade, he withdrew from public teaching and later enjoyed further honours under Domitian, including ceremonial consular distinction and the role of tutor to members of the imperial household. The praise he offered the emperor in return was not always deserved, but it reflects the reality of survival at court. In his later years, he poured his energy into the work that still defines him, a full guide to shaping an orator from childhood to maturity, not only as a speaker, but as a disciplined mind and an upright person. For about 20 years, Quintilian functioned as Rome's leading authority on education and taste, even allowing for the exaggerations that cling to reputations. His influence seems to have been real. The next generation at Rome shows a cleaner, more restrained sensibility in public writing, and it is not unreasonable to see Quintilian's imprint in that shift. Major figures of the late 1st and early 2nd centuries lived under the cultural climate he helped set. Even a satirist who takes pleasure in exposing hypocrisy and decay can point to Quintilian as an example of severe integrity in a filthy age. That detail says much. In a society quick to praise flatterers and reward spectacle, Quintilian's public image remained associated with seriousness, discipline, and a kind of moral firmness. His stated mission was clear: to rescue the art of speaking from a swamp of habits that had grown fashionable and corrosive. Rhetorical handbooks, written in the decades after the elder Seneca, often multiplied defects rather than correcting them. They could be intricate, technical, and full of hair-splitting, yet strangely useless when applied to real persuasion and real judgment. Quintilian's corrective begins with a principle that sounds almost simple. The ideal speaker must first be a good person. The orator should not knowingly defend what is unjust. He should be trained not only in technique, but in the best literature available, Greek and Latin alike. And above all, he should measure himself against Cicero's standard of clarity, balance, and force. Quintilian's own prose supports that program. It is not free of the period's habits, but it remains unusually clean for the so-called Silver Age. Nothing in his writing announces a provincial origin. When he cites a word that sounds regional, he distances himself from it, noting that it is merely reported to belong to Spain. The remark is small, but revealing. He is conscious of accent, conscious of reputation, and determined to stand on the purest ground he can claim. After Quintilian, Spain still produced gifted men at Rome, but the era's centre of gravity was shifting. Taste does not remain fixed, and public attention moves on. A Spanish-born figure named Antonius Julianus gained praise for eloquence and wide reading in older literature, and for a time his reputation helped fill the role of cultural referee. Another Spaniard, Voconius Romanus from Valentia, was admired for letters so elegant that a reader could imagine the muses themselves speaking Latin. These compliments, repeated in elite circles, acted like lanterns to ambitious young provincials. Spain sent more hopefuls toward Rome, dreaming that talent alone could unlock wealth and status. Reality was colder. Many arrived only to learn how thin the rewards could be. The client system offered tiny handouts, humiliations dressed as patronage. One Spanish newcomer turned back after reaching the Milvian Bridge, disgusted by how paltry the client's life appeared when compared with the hopes that had carried him across the sea. Those who failed to secure a stable position often fell into dependence, living by wit, flattery, and improvisation. Rome did not lack opportunities, but it demanded a price: time, pride, and sometimes character. No one illustrates that bargain better than Martial, born at Bilbilis near Caesar Augusta. In him, Spain produced a writer of remarkable sharpness and genuine poetic gift, yet the city's social machinery still held him down. Martial moved within a circle of poets that included several compatriots. One of the most popular was Canius Rufus of Gades, a lively storyteller with a reputation for endless good spirits. Martial praises him in a way that makes the comparison vivid. Ulysses might escape the sirens, but abandoning a companion like Canius would be the real surprise. Other Spanish figures appear around the edges of Martial's world. A poet and Stoic scholar from Emerita, an orator of equestrian rank, who grew wealthy and began to forget old friendships, lawyers with solid reputations, and another Bilbilitan poet, encouraged to celebrate his homeland, famous for iron and for the river, whose waters were said to harden steel. The details matter because they show a provincial network inside the capital, a chain of acquaintance that could offer support or vanish the moment success arrived. Martial's epigrams range widely. Some carry real tenderness, often circling around death with a seriousness that ancient observers repeatedly associated with Spain. Others are light social verses designed for quick laughter and quick forgetting. Others strike with a satiric edge, that biting humour which later Spanish writing would also display in different ages and different forms. Martial himself is often coarse and willing to bow to power, and there is no need to soften that. Yet his work repeatedly betrays an awareness of the emptiness of the life he is forced to live. The artificiality of Rome, the relentless performance, the hunger for attention, the humiliations of dependence. These themes surface again and again. Behind the jokes sits a wish to breathe, to escape the city's poisoned air, to recover a simpler rhythm of life, even if that recovery cannot be complete. After more than 30 years in Rome, that strain finally wins. Martial returns to Bilbilis and, through the generosity of a wealthy admirer named Marcella, receives a small estate that allows him to live independently for the few years he has left. Yet the return is not pure comfort. He feels the dullness of provincial life, the lack of sharp conversation, the replacement of criticism with petty resentment. He realizes something painful. Epigrams are not produced in a vacuum. They depend on an audience, on theatres, libraries, public gatherings, and the electric current of city life. Remove the crowd and the poet's instrument dulls. Still, pride in his hometown remains, and with it affection for rural festivals, dances, rose-covered arbours, and the oak groves where local worship continued in old forms. The rhythms of daily life slow into something almost pastoral. Clothing lasts because it is rarely needed in formal settings. The names of nearby places sound too harsh to sit comfortably in polished Latin verse. Mornings stretch. A late wake becomes normal. The bailiff is watched as he distributes rations to labourers. A household fire is fed with oak logs from the grove. The shade of vines offers a cool ceiling even in winter. The estate includes small pleasures: fountains, a dovecote, a pond stocked with eels. The irony is striking. The poet of Rome's sharpest social world shows one of the most sensitive appreciations of countryside sound and light. As if the constant ugliness of the city trained him to recognize quiet beauty the moment it appeared. This contrast raised a broader question about Spain itself during the early empire. How can a land once described through images of brigands, cave dwellers, and brutal customs seem, for a brief period, to produce rhetoricians, philosophers, and poets whose work circulates at Rome? And how can the later centuries appear to drift toward credulity and superstition, toward violent zeal, toward a religious imagination filled with wonders and miracles? The shift looks dramatic, almost like a collapse from reason into frenzy. Yet the explanation may be less mysterious than it seems. Misgovernment and economic decline reduced the vitality of urban life. Trade weakened. Towns that had supported schools and libraries lost momentum. At the same time, a growing wave of Eastern religious feeling in the wider empire encouraged trust in revelation, intuition, and sacred wonder at the expense of strict rationality. But the deepest factor may be demographic and social. Spain was not primarily a land of huge cities. The typical community was the small village, an agricultural or mining settlement with a few hundred inhabitants. Such places often lacked full municipal institutions. Rome handled them by attaching them administratively to larger centres. In practice, that could mean long stretches of local self-management, interrupted mainly by tax demands. No literature teacher would build a school there. No elegant inscriptions would survive to show how pure the Latin had become. While a cosmopolitan crowd in Tarraco cheered racing factions and emerita staged elaborate water spectacles, villagers were content with hunting, rustic dancing, and contests of strength such as javelin throwing. Imperial rule might feel as distant as a foreign empire governing a remote village at the edge of a map. A story preserved from that world captures the gap. When orders arrived that there should be public celebrations for an imperial victory in Greek games, the villagers obeyed. Yet the only impression that remained was confusion. They believed the emperor had defeated a people called the Olympians. The command had been carried out, but the meaning had not travelled with it. That is the distance between the educated urban minority and the rural majority. As towns declined, that rural class, always numerically dominant and in many ways the real weight of the population, came more strongly to the front. The literary culture of the early empire, brilliant as it was, had never been the voice of the majority. In that sense, the later explosion of popular legends, miracle stories, and saintly biographies can be seen not only as degeneration but also as expression, material created among the people and for the people, satisfying a hunger for the marvellous, and translating faith into images and events that could be remembered and retold. Against this background, the spread of Christianity in Spain becomes easier to picture. It likely entered first through Jewish communities in coastal trading towns, though the beginnings of those communities remain uncertain. Medieval imagination later created stories of extremely ancient Hebrew settlements, partly to remove blame from Jewish ancestors for the crucifixion. Those legends cannot be trusted, yet it is not impossible that Jewish merchants speaking a language and possessing commercial habits compatible with other Eastern traders joined early movements along the southern coast. What is clearer is that by the early imperial centuries, Jews were firmly established. Prisoners were settled in Spain under certain emperors. Coins and scattered finds point to Jewish presence in major cities. Spain appears in later Jewish tradition, though such references cannot always be dated with confidence. The earliest physical monument often cited is the grave of an infant Jewish girl at Abdera, and it belongs to a relatively late period, not earlier than the 3rd century. By the early 4th century, Jewish communities were numerous enough to draw the attention of a major church council held at Iberia. The council's rules show what everyday contact looked like. Intermarriage was forbidden, and even eating with Jews or sharing domestic space was discouraged. The blessing of crops associated with Jewish fields was condemned, a sign of how intertwined rural life could be despite official warnings. Under Constantine, converting a Christian to Judaism became a penal offense. Yet systematic persecution did not become a defining feature until later, especially under Visigothic rule. Early Christian tradition also insists that Paul carried out his plan to visit Spain. 2 ancient witnesses say he did, yet the details are fog. Where he landed, how long he stayed, which towns he reached, none of that can be stated with certainty. Later, legend fills the gaps with a vivid itinerary, imagining him moving through the south and along the coast. The same tradition continues with a dramatic sequel. A group of bishops is said to have been sent from Rome to plant organized churches across southern Spain, led by a figure named Torquatus. Miracles are attached to their journey, including stories of bridges collapsing at the moment of their arrival during pagan festivals. A narrative pattern meant to show divine power breaking into public life. One town in particular claimed primacy as the first episcopal seat in Spain, building prestige on the idea of apostolic beginnings. Whatever the truth of those legends, Christianity had certainly taken root in Baetica by the early 2nd century. Claims about persecutions under Domitian are often treated as unreliable, but by the time late 2nd century Christian writers survey the world, they speak as if Spain already knows the Christian name. More concrete documents appear in the mid-3rd century. A key letter from Cyprian, written to congregations in northern and western districts, shows that bishops already existed not only in the larger eastern centres, but also in places such as Leon, Asturica, and Emerita. It also reveals how fragile leadership could be under pressure. Some bishops had lapsed during the persecution under Decius, the first major wave to touch Spain with real severity. Another set of evidence comes from martyr narratives, especially the account of Fructuosus, bishop of Tarraco, executed by burning together with his deacons for refusing to participate in state cult. Fructuosus is the only Spanish bishop clearly known to have died as a martyr under Roman rule, and that detail alone suggests that Spain's Christian communities were growing, yet still unevenly targeted compared with other regions. The pattern of leadership in Tarraco itself hints at how violence could interrupt continuity. After Fructuosus, the record falls silent for a long time, likely because later barbarian incursions and local crises shattered the stability that a bishopric required. Whether other bishops preceded him remains uncertain, though the size of the city makes it plausible. After the worst pressure passed, a surprising reversal helped the churches. The persecuting emperor Valerian died in humiliation as a captive among the Persians, and his successor, Gallienus, overwhelmed by internal threats, withdrew the harsh measures and allowed Christians to use their burial grounds and meeting places without interference. For roughly a generation, the church could organize in relative peace. Leadership strengthened. Councils became possible. Writers around the year 300 could speak as if Christians were numerous in Spain as well as in Gaul. Even then, numbers should not be exaggerated. In the earliest phase, a bishop did not necessarily mean a vast crowd. The bishop functioned much like the head of a single community, assisted by deacons and supported through regular contributions. Services could take place in private houses, and only toward the end of the 3rd century did purpose-built churches become more common. Later, imperial policies that transferred pagan temple buildings to Christian use, whether for convenience or symbolism, helped preserve fragments of ancient architecture by giving old walls a new function. The final and fiercest test came under Diocletian and Maximian. The machinery unfolded in stages. Early measures targeted soldiers who refused required rights. Later, edicts hardened into broader repression. Clergy were imprisoned, release was offered in exchange for sacrifice, and eventually death was prescribed for those who refused. In Spain, officials arrived to enforce the policy across the major towns. One governor in particular is portrayed in the martyr accounts as travelling through the province, extracting confessions and staging executions. The list of victims stretches across the map. Girona, Barcelona, Caesar Augusta, Complutum, Toledo, Valencia, Emerita, Astigi, and districts connected with gates. The persecution was intense but relatively brief, lasting roughly a year because political changes at the top disrupted enforcement. Its main effect was not to crush the churches, but to weld them into a stronger, more unified body. After a series of disasters struck their persecutors and imperial politics shifted, Christians gained leverage. They could support the contender for power, who promised toleration, and over time the alliance would reshape the empire. When the danger passed, a different challenge arrived. Regulation. The church had to define how Christians should live among pagan neighbours, how far compromise could go, and which professions and civic duties were compatible with the new identity. A council met at Iberia around the early 4th century under the presidency of a leading bishop. Its decisions reveal a careful balance. Reckless seeking of martyrdom was discouraged, and those executed for smashing idols were not to be honoured as martyrs. Christians who held civic office tied to pagan ritual were restricted from church participation until their term ended. Entering temples was forbidden, as were marriages binding Christian families to pagan or Jewish households. Public games and sacrificial duties were treated as dangerous compromises. Images were banned from churches, suggesting fear that idolatry could return in a new form, with sacred pictures taking the place of old statues. Entertainers closely linked to public spectacle were excluded unless they abandoned their profession. Clergy were told to avoid commerce and to live in sexual abstinence, a rule contested elsewhere, yet repeatedly reaffirmed in parts of Spain. In the centuries after Christianity became a public force in Spain, the church's story often reads like a long fight on two fronts. One enemy stood outside, in the form of rival teachings that spread quickly and built real followings. Another threat grew inside, as old habits and older religious instincts quietly returned under new names. In the north, movements linked to Gnosticism gained strength early, offering a version of Christianity shaped by secret knowledge, cosmic dualism and spiritual hierarchies. Later, Arianism created an even larger storm, not only because it challenged central doctrine, but because it blended Christian language with ideas that still felt close to the religious world of late antiquity. Both challenges were resisted and ultimately contained. Yet victory brought its own consequences. Across time, Christian worship began to absorb the atmosphere of the old mystery cults. Rituals grew more elaborate, sacred spaces filled with images, stories of holy figures multiplied, shrines became destinations, pilgrimages to martyrs' graves and sanctuaries became common, and the memory of the dead was not simply honoured, but increasingly treated as a source of protection, power, and intercession. With that shift came another: the rise of a more worldly church leadership in some places. Wealth, influence, and public status created temptations that were hard to refuse. Ambition and self-interest did not disappear simply because new beliefs had triumphed. The reaction began quietly, first through solitary religious devotees who stepped outside society's noise, and later through organized monastic life. Two opposing forces emerged in the same landscape. On one side stood a desire for visible beauty and sacred drama, the love of ceremony, brilliance, relics, and the celebration of revered heroes of the faith. On the other side stood an older Iberian instinct for austerity, self-denial, and moral intensity. A hard-edged sense that inner discipline mattered more than public splendor. This tension never truly disappeared. It can be felt again and again in later Spanish religious history, in the fierce energy of reformers and founders, and in the recurring urge to strip faith down to its most demanding essentials. At the same time, the old Roman tendency to pull everything toward a single centre began to weaken. Provinces started to develop clearer local identities. Differences appeared not only in theological debates, but even in everyday details such as the style and wording of tomb inscriptions. Spain's early Christian literature is sparse before the mid-4th century, yet the country absorbed influences from outside with remarkable force. The writings of North African church fathers left a deep mark, not so much in Africa itself, where civil chaos and invasions often shattered continuity, but in Spain, where those works were read and studied for generations. Later, Spanish writers built directly on this inheritance. One studied Cyprian closely. Another devoted himself to Augustine. From roughly the early 4th century until the Arab conquest, Christian authors appear steadily. Only a few rise to the level of real genius, but the wider stream suggests something important. Education remained strong, the Latin of these writers stayed relatively clean, and intellectual standards did not collapse as easily as popular stereotypes imply. One of the earliest notable Christian poets in Spain was Juvencus, a priest living in the age of Constantine. He produced a long poetic retelling of the Gospels in the classical hexameter line. The narrative leans most heavily on Matthew, and it shows at least some awareness of Greek, though the main foundation comes from Latin Gospel traditions. In style, the debt to Virgil is unmistakable, and other major poets appear in the background as well. The approach stays close to the Gospel story, so there is little direct, personal commentary. Even so, the work reveals a fascinating blend of religious urgency and classical confidence. A vision of final cosmic fire appears, yet alongside that is an almost proud belief that poetry gives endurance, that the names praised by poets outlive ordinary mortality, and that the poet himself might somehow be remembered as long as the world remains. The verse is not always technically perfect. The grammar sometimes slips into older forms or popular constructions. Yet overall, the style stays plain and usable, suited to telling a sacred story without drowning it in ornament. Spain also produced a pope of real historical weight, long before the Renaissance age, Damasus, who lived in the 4th century. His rise to power was tied to brutal violence, and his career shows how fierce Christian politics could become once the Church held public authority. Alongside church leadership, he wrote works of a historical and reflective kind, and composed short, elegant poems on biblical themes that still survive. This combination of sacred authority, literary ambition, and ruthless conflict captures the era's contradictions in a single life. The towering poetic figure of this Spanish Christian age is Prudentius. Born before the middle of the 4th century, likely in the northeastern zone and familiar with that region's history, he began life in a secular career. He worked as a lawyer, then held high administrative posts under Theodosius, even serving twice as governor in major cities. Only later does he seem to have moved toward a more explicitly religious life. Yet his writing has the voice of a devout and broadly educated layman, rather than a technical theologian. His surviving poems are numerous, and they became enormously popular in the medieval world. By his time, Christianity had won political security, and the old fear of sounding too classical had faded. Prudentius freely borrowed from earlier poets. He knew Virgil and Horace deeply and used their rhythms and phrases without embarrassment. Greek literature mattered far less to him than Latin tradition and Latin Christian writers. What sets him apart from many religious authors of the period is a certain openness toward the empire and even toward the higher achievements of pagan civilization. He condemns the gladiatorial games and ridicules empty philosophical pretension. Yet he also admires ancient art and criticizes the blind destruction of statues and monuments. A quiet hope appears in his work that Roman order, joined to the Church, could still bring stability, while paganism might be pushed to the margins where barbarian peoples still held sway. In his vision, Rome's historical growth had served a deeper purpose. It created the roads and shared structures through which the gospel could spread, even if pagans claimed that expansion as the gift of their gods. From a literary perspective, some of his strongest writing appears in long poems that confront pagan arguments head-on, using a fluent and relatively classical style. Another major group consists of hymns, sometimes theological, often emotional, and at moments genuinely graceful. Several of these hymns entered later Christian tradition through translation and became staples of worship. Prudentius also wrote against Western heresies that continued to circulate in different forms, treating them as intellectual and spiritual dangers, rather than simply political enemies. His most famous set of poems, however, helped shape something that became intensely Spanish: devotion to martyrs. These pieces were widely read, especially in Spain, and they strengthened the cult surrounding heroic victims of persecution. Their artistic quality is uneven. The language can be swollen and repetitive. The pacing can drag. Worst of all, the descriptions of torture are sometimes so detailed that they become almost unbearable, lingering on physical pain with a realism that overwhelms quieter virtues. Yet this harsh intensity fit the emotional climate of the region. It matched a cultural taste for strong, unflinching images and for heroic endurance in the face of death. At the same time, these poems preserve valuable glimpses of late, antique religious life, including information about blood ritual practices in certain pagan cults that are rarely described in such detail elsewhere. Many of the martyrs celebrated are Spanish figures, linked to cities along the Mediterranean and deep into the interior. Shrines appear as richly decorated spaces. The habit of adorning churches with painted scenes from sacred history begins to stand out more clearly. The visual world of Christianity is coming alive, and with it, the temptation to treat images not as reminders, but as objects of devotion in their own right. For all his classical training, Prudentius also looks forward toward medieval imagination. Religion is given romantic intensity. Nature is invited to participate in the sacred drama as if the earth itself responds to divine events. Pilgrims travel to a martyr's shrine believing that the saint can hear them and that comfort will follow. A poem that stages virtues and vices as battling characters anticipates later moral dramas and theatrical traditions that would survive in Spain for centuries. Even his habit of writing separate poems, glorifying individual endurance, connects to the later taste for heroic narrative that would become central in Spanish storytelling and memory. In the same century, another figure appears who represents the opposite pole. Priscillian, a bishop remembered less for poetry than for tragedy. His importance lies in a grim milestone. He became the first known example of a Christian being executed by a Christian government for heresy. The story carries a bitter irony. The violence once suffered from outside now turns inward. Priscillian began as a layman from the northwest, wealthy yet austere, learned, eloquent, devoted to fasting and vigils. Influences linked to Gnostic teachers were alleged against him, and those teachers were said to carry ideas that reached Spain from the eastern Mediterranean. Whether these accusations were fair mattered less than the fear he inspired. He gathered followers among elites and common people alike, including many women. Church leaders panicked. A council condemned the movement even before Priscillian himself could properly answer. Then, his supporters elevated him to the episcopacy, and he set out with companions to seek recognition and protection from higher authority. In Rome, he found a closed door. The Pope refused even to receive the group. In northern Italy, they achieved more, and political manoeuvring followed. An imperial edict was obtained ordering their restoration to their positions. That success only inflamed opponents. When a usurper seized power in Gaul, the situation darkened. Councils condemned Priscillian and his allies. Eventually, in the mid-380s, he and several companions were executed by beheading in the imperial north, including a wealthy woman who had joined the movement during its spread through Gaul. The motives of the ruler who approved the killings were not primarily theological. Money and power were central. Confiscations enriched the regime. The favour of the Spanish Church was purchased through cruelty. Plans were even floated to send officials into Spain to hunt suspected heretics by appearance, as if holiness could be detected by pale faces and sober clothing. A leading saint of the era fought hard against this sort of state interference in church disputes, arguing that doctrine should not be policed by civil executioners. The resistance slowed the campaign, but it could not undo what had already happened. After Priscillian's death, the movement associated with his name spread rather than vanished. In the northwest and across the Aquitaine region, it gained followers, and something even stranger occurred. The executed bishop was revered by many as a martyr. His companions were buried with honour. His name became so powerful that swearing an oath by Priscillian could be treated as the strongest possible pledge. Only decades later did a major council finally secure formal renunciations from remaining adherents. The official charges used to justify the execution focused on magic and immorality, yet evidence suggests that these accusations were largely manufactured for legal effect. For a long time, the only information came from hostile chroniclers. Later discoveries of Priscillian's own writings allow a clearer view. Those texts reject magic and reject Manichaean extremes. They do not prove that he tried to abolish marriage or ban animal food in the crude way enemies claimed. Instead, he looks like an ascetic seeker, intensely focused on revelation prophecy, spiritual struggle, and inner peace. Not a trained theologian, but a man trying to force clarity out of mystery. Traces of confused doctrine can be detected, views that later creeds explicitly oppose. But such subtleties alone rarely ignite the kind of hatred that produces executions. The deeper cause seems more human: jealousy and fear inside the church. Priscillian claimed a higher purity, a superior spiritual insight. That kind of authority threatens institutional power, especially when it draws popular devotion. The pattern repeats through history. A preacher with moral charisma is denounced. A ruler with political hunger sees profit. Accusations are chosen for maximum impact. And the prophet falls because he lacks force to defend himself. A similar harshness appears in the treatment of smaller rigid groups, such as those who refuse to readmit former Arians, even after repentance. Their inflexibility echoed older schisms that demanded purity at any cost. What emerges is a religious world under stress. Unity desired, discipline enforced, and mercy sometimes sacrificed to control. In the early 5th century, another Spanish voice offers a different angle on the age's upheaval. Orosius, a priest from the northwest, who travelled widely and knew major thinkers of the Christian world. His universal history is not original in its sources, and it sometimes slips into rhetorical flourishes. But it becomes valuable when it turns toward the writer's own time. A strong national bitterness can be felt in his judgments. The empire's fall does not inspire nostalgic grief. Instead, Rome is accused of brutality and hypocrisy. Spain's suffering under Roman wars and taxation is brought forward as evidence that Roman greatness was built on provincial blood. Old heroic resistance is praised, and the claim is made that life under new Germanic masters can feel freer than life under imperial extraction. Behind the work lies a larger argument. Disasters did not begin with Christianity. The ancient world was full of calamity long before the Church gained power. In this view, the conversion of Rome did not unleash misfortune, but offered meaning in a world that had always been violent. Latin culture continued under Gothic rule, especially in the early 7th century. An intellectual circle formed around an unusually educated king. Churchmen wrote history, theology, grammar, and encyclopedic summaries. The effect of this literary activity was not merely scholarly. It helped keep spoken Latin relatively stable, preventing the Germanic language of the ruling elite from reshaping the emerging Romance speech too quickly. The language that would become Spanish was still forming, and learned Latin acted like a weight holding it in a recognizable shape. Beneath these religious and political currents ran another long story. What happened to Spain's older languages and how Latin replaced them. Knowledge of Iberian relies on inscriptions from the late Republic, on coin legends from many towns, on divine and personal names, and on scattered words preserved in Latin sources. The writing system used in Iberian areas shows connections to Punic models, though not as a simple borrowing, and over time local practice moved toward the standard left-to-right habit. The language itself appears vowel-rich, and in some cases missing vowels on coin legends hint at strong Phoenician influence. Yet the evidence is uneven. Most surviving native inscriptions come from eastern Spain, while dialects of the north and west are mostly known only through names. A major obstacle remains. No bilingual inscription has been found that repeats the same text in both Latin and Iberian, in a way that would unlock full decipherment. Without that key, interpretation stays partial. In Celtic regions, the situation is even more limited. No inscriptions clearly survive from before Latin arrived. Celtic speech has to be reconstructed largely from place names and personal names. Many towns end in elements like Briga and Dunum, though later, Latinization complicates certainty, and some Celtic-looking names appear outside Celtic settlement zones. Tribal names show recurring endings as well. Ancient writers suggest that Celtic dialects survived into the early empire in some regions, but they seem to have faded relatively early, leaving only small traces on later languages. Those traces appear mostly in pronunciation patterns, and a modest number of everyday words. Phoenician speech, despite the fame of the southern colonies, seems to have had surprisingly little long-term impact on Spanish Latin. Outside a few strongholds, Phoenician settlements were mixed with local populations, and Latin was adopted quickly. A handful of place names remained, and some personal names appear in early inscriptions. Phoenician script disappeared from civic use by the age of Augustus, and Punic coin legends ended. Greek influence, by contrast, remained visible across the empire. Greek settlers continued to arrive in commercial centres as doctors, musicians, teachers, and specialists of many kinds. Fully Greek inscriptions are rare early on, but Greek names appear constantly, sometimes declined in unusual ways. Greek loanwords also entered provincial Latin in Spain, including terms related to medicine, religion, and daily life. Through these Greek-speaking networks, heavily Hellenized Eastern cults gained footholds in the peninsula. Latin itself spread early and widely, especially along coasts and in the major cities, helped by colonies and by the extension of legal rights that required Latin for public acts. Yet evidence suggests that Spanish Latin could carry a recognizable accent. Roman observers sometimes described Spanish speech as rough or foreign-sounding. Even skilled rhetoricians could struggle to erase the emphatic, rural tone of their upbringing. In elite settings, an imperfect accent could provoke laughter. At the same time, scattered ancient references imply that native languages lingered longer in remote areas. Some writers mention Iberians, who still used their mother tongue well into the imperial period. Others speak as if interpreters were needed for certain populations. Archaeology adds a partial support. Native coin legends and inscriptions largely disappear by the early empire, which suggests Latin dominance. Yet silence in the record does not prove instant extinction in the countryside. To estimate how long the older dialects survived, and how much they shaped the new Romance speech, two kinds of clues remain. One is the survival of non-Latin words in Latin texts and inscriptions, especially in categories where native expertise was strong. Military terms, horse-related vocabulary, mining terminology, land measures, and a small number of household words. The other is the presence in modern Spanish and Portuguese of words and sound patterns that do not fit cleanly with Latin, Arabic, or later Germanic inputs. Even these clues require caution, because Basque and its relationship to ancient Iberian remain uncertain, and later interaction between Basque and Spanish complicates the picture. Sound changes in Spanish often suggest deep substrate influence. In some native tongues, voiced consonants and voiceless ones were not sharply distinguished, and this kind of confusion shows up in the way certain names were recorded with shifting spellings. Latin words entering everyday speech underwent similar transformations. Some consonants weakened, especially the Latin F, which in many cases softened into a breathy sound and later disappeared from pronunciation. A tendency to insert vowels into difficult consonant clusters appears in both late Latin forms and later Spanish development. Certain consonants drift toward other sounds in predictable patterns, and vowels shift in ways that point to long-standing habits of pronunciation in the peninsula. Reconstructing spoken Latin in Spain is difficult because literary authors provide limited help. Elite writers trained in Rome do not reflect provincial speech. Many later Christian authors used a shared Western church style that smooths away local variations. Inscriptions provide the richest evidence, yet even they can mislead. Many were produced by officials or carved using formulaic patterns copied from models. After the 2nd century, they become fewer and more inflated, offering less of the living voice of ordinary people. Even so, the general impression is that provincial Latin in Spain remained relatively conservative. Latin arrived early when spoken and written forms were still closer than they would later become. It was often learned deliberately as a second language, which slowed some kinds of change. Archaisms persisted in legal and formal contexts, strengthened by early Roman settlement. Vocabulary stayed fairly stable until later centuries. A few odd mistakes and inventive compounds appear, suggesting speakers experimenting with a language not fully mastered. But overall, the shift toward a fully debased register seems late. In the end, the simplest picture is also the most plausible. Iberian and other native languages likely survived longest in rural and remote districts, perhaps even into the final centuries of the empire, while Latin became broadly understood from at least the Flavian period onward. Christianity reinforced Latin's position by tying Spain more tightly to wider Western networks of clergy, texts, and administration. After the Germanic takeovers, Latin remained necessary as a shared tool of communication across mixed populations, while the older native languages gradually faded, probably dying out under Gothic rule. They left relatively little behind in vocabulary, but they likely shaped pronunciation and certain sound habits in the Romance language that was slowly forming, an invisible inheritance carried not in books, but in the way people spoke.